Okay, we are live. Should say we're barely live. Oops, let me fix this. I'm gonna check a few things before we start today. Let's see. So, good, this works. Funny stuff with the NeurIPS reviews. Seems like many people are also not satisfied with their reviews, which is very understandable. I think I'm technically allowed to post them. We'll look at that. We'll definitely do something about that. Um, we'll definitely do something about that. But in the meantime, we've got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of work to do. So let me go over the plan for today. We found out at least one major source of error in this MOBA, this like mini version of Dota that I've been developing for a while now. And I got close to fixing it last night, but there were still a few things wrong with it. And we get some seg faults. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to go through the MOBA code with a fresh set of eyes. I am going to hopefully fix all these bugs. I'm going to get fast and consistent ELO evaluations so that we can evaluate different models against each other. I'm going to figure out a way to integrate that with the training experiments so we can get ELO over time as a metric, and then we want to rerun sweeps based on that. If we get all of that done today, I will be happy. If we happen to get all of that done early, then thereafter I will also take a look at some additional sweeps on GPU drive, Atari, and a few other things as well, and potentially take a look at the config system, because there are a few missing things with the config system that need to happen. It's generally like 90% there. I've rewritten that thing 4 times now, so it's 90% there. But yeah, that's what we're going to start with. Let me just open real quick on the side. Let me open my Slack just to make sure I haven't missed anything on the GPU drive environment, any messages. Oh, right, I have to open it in browser. 1 second. And then after that, we will start on the MOBA development. I think I figured it out. It's just like the error that we were facing just had to do with me reusing the same structs every game without properly clearing them out. So I think I came up with a decent way of doing it. Let me just check the DMs here on this side. Oh, cool. Looks like GPU drive did very well. All right. Oops, I accidentally just closed my stream window. Hold on. And then we'll start. Good. Okay, so here's what we're going to start with. I'm going to go into the C code, or the Python at least. I am taking a bit of a mini vacation next week from a little bit of this work. We are actually going to jam some C, I think, next week. Some actual C, not Python. More on that in a little bit. But for now, I think what we really need to do is we need to go through the respawns, and we need to think about how these are going to work. So How does move to work? Works like this. Okay, so it does not check the source tile, which is what we want. It doesn't check to make sure that you're on a valid tile. So we can abuse that a little bit. Do we just move everything to 0, 0? I think that's how we do it. Player.x 0, player.y is 0. All right. Towers, agents, creeps, neutrals. And then let's see, do we do anything with the x and y? This is commented, so we're not doing anything there. This is commented, we're not doing anything there. I think if we have the kill function sets to 0, okay. Let's build this and see if this does anything different. If we still get seg faults. And we do have ways of debugging most seg faults. Okay. Looks normal so far. We'll see if this seg faults in a little bit. This might very well have fixed it. It might have been this simple, and I might have just been being dumb yesterday. I kind of just had to think through this with a clear head. If this does not work, then I'm going to be a little bit stumped. Welcome, Bet. Yo, Bet, I said I would be on Discord last night, and I joined and you weren't there, so I don't know if we missed each other, but yeah, I can help you debug whatever. Let me make sure that this MOBA is in a good spot first. PR is open. Please go ahead and accept. This is a PR for the error, right? Not some crazy typing stuff. Space is fixed? Okay. What was the issue? Int 8. What was wrong with int 8? This was intentionally supposed to be... Wait, what was wrong with this? This was intentionally... Like, the spaces environment was meant to test spaces with mixed data types and sizes. Do you know why this didn't work? Like, you made the test work by, like, essentially deleting the test. Okay, well, I can't just merge this because you made it work by essentially deleting the test. Like, this was the test. So if this is not converging, then there's something weird. I think that we mentioned with, that guy mentioned, like, that there were some weird issues with, like, int 8 and int 16 and stuff. This is actually a valid issue in that case, right? I did the sweep. Yeah, but this is supposed to be a trivially solvable environment. If it's not getting solved, then that means the data is not being sent through correctly. So we are going to have to actually like look at what the data is in the forward pass of the network. So I will have to do some work on this, but this is not a fix because like this makes it work by essentially deleting the test. If you would like to actually get a little experience in like debugging these types of things, the thing that I would suggest that you do is go look at the data as it's coming out of the environment and then go look at the data right before it goes into the neural network and see if we're actually decoding stuff properly. And if we're not, then like trace back through and figure out why not. Use the serial mode so you can debug all the way through. And yeah, that's what I would suggest to you. Will do. Okay, good. Do I have you on? Hold on. If you find like a substantial bug and fix it, I will add you to this list as well. Which I probably should already. I was going to do that when we wrap up Pokemon, I was gonna like put it as like a partnered project or something. However, P-Dubs is comfortable, like a sponsored project or whatever, and then from that I'll include the team. I'm generally in favor of giving people credit for all the stuff that they do. Okay, so this still seg faults, which is really bad. Least I can do. Man, the sad thing is though. Yeah, okay, see ya. We'll chat later. I'll stay watch. Okay. Um, yeah, the one sad thing is I thought we were going to be able to do a bunch of like papers and stuff with Pokemon, but like I'm literally no longer confident in my ability to get stuff consistently published anymore. It's like the review system has just gotten so bad. You're just rolling the dice on whether or not a language model reviews your paper. It's really bad. Yeah, I will try. I'm just telling you like I got like 3 bad sets of reviews this time around. It's bad. It's rough. P-Dub's paper, yeah, fair. All right. Well, I'm gonna start on this seriously. Um, so this thing still seg faults. I'm gonna just turn on all the checks first. We'll see if this gives us a reasonable error. It also could potentially be the wraparound. We'll see about that. Unfortunately, this does not catch all segmentation faults. I think it only catches segmentation faults in like NumPy array types or like memory views rather. I think C arrays don't get caught correctly. I'm currently not thinking about doing the environments in pure C, but I am thinking about making the renderers pure C. It would make it substantially easier to put these things online. I don't know if folks would be interested in seeing that. Probably would. Doing cool stuff in C from scratch. Okay, well this is running. I want to go look at the ELO calcs. I want to go look at the ELO calcs. Is it policy ranker? Yeah. So parameter K controls the magnitude of the update. Converge faster but less precisely. Low K cannot distinguish between players of similar skill, while high K will just take longer to converge. Default is tuned for normally distributed player skill. You should lower it if you have very similar players, or raise it if you're evaluating a diverse skill pool. Interesting. Calculate the win probability such that a 50, 100, 150 elo difference corresponds to a win prob. Okay, so this is actually correct the way that it is at the moment. Um, hmm. Score I. That's expected I. So This is at most a... If you have a 50-50 win prob, right, is the expected. You only get a 2-point update. That's very small. Of course, it's only very small because for some reason I've decided to make 1,000 the default, right? We'll have to do some simulations on this to see how nicely this thing actually converges. I think that this was a pretty nice function, though. I also have to remember here that when I tuned this thing originally, I think I wrote this thing for like many player games, like many team games. So the updates would actually be summed. Oh no, wait, they're means, not summed. Okay, interesting. Hmm. We can actually see already though, like here. Here we have something. Got differing extents. Let's just print. Whoa. Print all this. I think that this is somehow a player is... I don't think that we're evaluating player position correctly. I think that somehow players are getting reset to the edge of the board, and then after that, we're somehow computing observations, even though that shouldn't be possible. Let's go read up on ELOs while we wait for some of these results to come in. We can just use like the chess ELO, can't we? Difference in rating serves as a predictor of the outcome of the match. Player is 64%. What did we have ours at? 68. 95. Okay, so this is a weird distribution that they're using. ELO's central assumption that the chess performance is a normally distributed random variable assumes that the mean value changes only slowly over time. Yes. Player's true skill is the mean of that performance random variable. Okay. Implementing ELO scheme. Normal probabilities may be taken directly from the standard tables of the area under the normal curve, expressed as a z-score. So yes, this is exactly what I did. Standard deviation is defined as 200 points. So I scaled this differently. Standard deviation of the difference in performance becomes 282.8. Okay. Normal and log distributions are arbitrary points which work well. In practice, they work very well for a number of different games. Okay, interesting. So we might do that. What is the chess ELO distribution? $1,400. What's this? I don't know if this one's good. 0 to 2000. Pretty good. What is the Dota MMR system? Do we know it? Dota is tried to MMR. Is this playing ads? No, it's quiet. Okay. Where's the freaking algorithm and why is the entire page just ads? Oh my god, this is obnoxious. Let's see. Okay, this page is unreadable. How about the wiki? Okay, here we have some data, right? Differing extents. Ooh. This is weird. It didn't trigger our update. Yeah, it didn't trigger our update. So I think we have to try. This will be way slower, but we'll have to try this. I'd really like to be able to reproduce like the Dota MMR tables with their same scale. That would be really cool. I'm not going to spend forever though on it if we don't know the distributions. Teams are balanced, yada yada. Okay, we don't actually have content, but we can infer it based on the MMR distribution, maybe. Oh, this is good, right? But this doesn't have it in. This has it in terms of ranks, not elo points. Is there no MMR? Is there no visible MMR in Dota? Hey man, sorry NERPs didn't go well for you. Currently waiting to see if my reviewers changed their scores from 4. 4 is usually no, they won't. After I respond to all their weaknesses and questions. Eesh. Yeah, NERPs is just rough. It's like, the thing is, it's like such a clear, it's not me, it's you as well. I had all 3 papers get in last year. And this year we just got slammed, and the reviews are so much worse quality. Like, I don't think anybody's reading the papers anymore. I think it's just language models. Like, for my RLC paper, I can prove without, like, beyond question that it was a language model reading my paper. So, right? Reviewers were actually great and gave good suggestions. Oh, okay. Well, that's actually nice. It's not written like a language model, is it? Because, like, there've been a lot of language model reviews going on. It's kind of sad. Is this still accurate? This is from 2024. Where's the image? I just want the image so I can tune the MMR that I'm using. Okay, here. Percentile. So many papers applying X mathematical field to my niche. A bit unlucky, and reviewers who are on for mathematical field rather than my niche field, I think. Seemed like they had just questions and they wanted answers, and now just radio silence. That's rough. Yeah. I've had that happen before as well. It's just like I said on Twitter, like I'm done. I'm not wasting my time on it anymore, right? It's literally just not worth it to publish for me anymore because like it takes a ton of time. It takes like a fair bit of time to put together a paper. I've actually gotten it down to only being a few days, but still, like it's going to be a few days of my time to put together a paper, plus like another day or two of rebuttals. Um, that's assuming that I already have like figures and stuff, right? Like if I'm actively trying to write a bunch of papers, it takes way longer. That's just like when I have everything all set and ready to go, anyways. Um, and for it to just be like a random freaking coin toss, like that's not valuable. Like the value of the paper is in me being able to go and present my work in person. And like if that's not happening consistently and on a random basis, it's just not worth it. Leaving academia and my PhD Viva is before decisions. Yeah. No, I'm out of like I'm out as well, right? I've graduated. I'm still doing work, right? I'm still working on all sorts of open source stuff. I'm still making RL tools, but like it's like okay, like academia has sent me a very strong signal that people are very happy using my tools, but not happy letting me, publish any of my work. Yeah, more blogs. The thing that I will write about, which is particularly bad, is we got, I think it's salvageable still, but we got fairly low reviews on our competition summary paper from NeurIPS. And to put this in perspective, those are not like invited submissions, they are mandatory submissions. So because we did a conference, we were required to write and submit this paper. That required coordinating like 20 different people because you have to coordinate all the winners of the competition and stuff, right? To all submit their material. No special like formatting stuff was provided. Like we weren't given extra space. So for a summary manuscript that needs to have space allocated to describing the solutions of like the top 4 or 5 winners, right? We essentially had no space to write anything and no space to do any additional analysis. And then the reviewers just hammered us on like, not having enough material in the paper when they didn't provide space in the first place on this thing that they required us to submit. Um, it was just like boggles the mind. Rank distribution. Does this actually tell me anything? This doesn't tell me win rates, right? Yeah, this doesn't tell me win rate. TMLR. Yeah. TMLR is good. The journal to conference track is good. I still don't know if that's worth it to me though I don't know if it's worth it for me to go through like that track versus just not doing it anymore. It's just like it's been too much bullshit at this point. It's like too little, too late, right? Dang, I need somebody who actually understands Dota to like tell me how I should set the MMR distribution on this thing. Mm. Publish some papers to increase. What is PhD Viva? PhD Viva. I don't know what the Viva part is. Oh, thesis defense, yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's very different in the US. Nobody fails their defense. At least at top places, nobody fails their defense. Okay, here we got the error that we were looking for. Um, the main filter for the US is admissions. Like, if you get in, you're not going to fail anything. Like the people who leave their PhDs early, they leave because like they're just sick of it or whatever for the most part. We don't rather no corrections than drag it. Yeah, fair. It depends on the university as well. Some places will do like, oh, you got to make a lot of corrections. Some places won't. I didn't have to do anything on mine. Mine was just like mine was just like defense, submitted thesis, done. I put my thesis online as well if anybody wants to read it. Like if you want all the neural MMO content in one place, it's 170 pages of neural MMO. Took me like, I don't know, a week to write maybe. I mean, it's just all of my papers stapled together with like an intro, a conclusion, and some sections between, right? It doesn't take that long. Okay, invalid player position. This is exactly what we were looking for. So that's where I'm at. Yeah, good. There's some places that don't allow you to do that, and they like expect you to write an original document for your thesis, which is just like, huh? You've spent 5 years writing, all the original documents, right? It's like you're done. You staple them together, and then you give a good defense talk. I put all the effort that I would have put into like a big paper that nobody's going to read. I put all the effort into making a good defense talk. It took me substantially longer to prepare my thesis defense talk than it took me to write the paper. Like I think it probably took me probably like a solid 3 weeks of work for that, just to prepare that talk. Maybe a little more. It worked out very well though. Not only did I pass my defense with it, but you know well over 100,000 people have seen that talk now, and I've gotten so many eyes on this space just from that one defense talk, right? Thanks, Nathan. I am going to do another piece of high quality content. I have one. I've actually been working on it on stream periodically, so you'll see it over the next few weeks. I've just been so busy with like this code bit, but like once I'm in a spot where I have all the experiments for the next update pretty much just running and I have to just wait on them, you're going to see me working on the video a lot on here. I figured there's no reason for me not to stream it. Like, yeah, it'll spoil the surprise for some people, but like the number of people that will see this live is going to be a tiny, tiny fraction, if the video does well, of the number that should see it when it comes out, anyways. So, yeah, I'm gonna. If you like want to see my thought process as I like go through the stages of like making a talk, that will be live. It's pretty funny. Like, it doesn't start out good at all. Like, it's such an iterative process. What I end up with in a talk is nothing like what I start out with. Like I start out with something that's really kind of clunky, has like a really bad narrative arc, has like a bunch of like weird gaps in it, has like really bad pacing, and then I end up with something very nice and polished. But it takes a long time, and I don't always enjoy doing it, right? Like I'd rather be coding most of the time. So I'll only keep doing it if people actually watch them and they actually get some eyes on. Code is more valuable than Yap. Step is 0. Okay, this is interesting. So, hero type is 3. Let me see if it used a weird skill. It does have this engage, but I don't think it used it because it's at position 0, 0. Love coding sims. There's going to be a lot more in this space then. Like, stick around. There's going to be so much more, and it's like it's not going to just be coding sims for coding sims sake either. This is going to just rocket RL to the moon. The one thing I really still want to figure out how to do is how to get these things uh playable online, and I have a little experiment I'm going to do next week that might allow us to do that. Ideally without requiring me to write any frickin' JavaScript. I wonder if I can do... I wonder if it's just failing to respawn the agent correctly. That's what I would imagine. I don't know why, but we'll see. Welcome to all the YouTube folks. See, the stream is warmed up nicely. Plan today is to fix the ELO evals for the MOBA and then get it to be part of the training loop so we can actually see ELO over time. And that will allow us to just way more easily train good models because we'll actually be able to distinguish good ones from bad ones immediately. As soon as I finish this patch, you'll have the latest version pushed online into the dev branch, which is right here. I'll link it in chat. And if you want to support the project for free and help me out a ton, just start the repository. It really helps. Also, if you're looking for more reinforcement learning content, I have articles on Puffer AI GitHub IO, but also on my X. If you check the articles tab, it's all about it's all just reinforcement learning. This is a professional account, not random politics and, you know, miscellaneous garbage. None of that mixed in. We do a little trolling in the replies. That's about it. Could do something cloud gaming style. So kind of, Nathan. You still have to have... I don't want to stream the images, right? I was thinking about that. I don't think I want to stream the images. Like, I think I want to have it render locally. Maybe. I could just stream the images, you're right, and bind the controls. I don't know, maybe that's worth doing. It seems like that would be hard to sustain, though. Like, that would be a lot of bandwidth for hosting that. Didn't Docker just release these, like, images as executables thing. Can I just like ship people Docker images with all the games? That just like you can double click and play the games? That'd be funny. I want people to be able to play games I want people to like really easily be able to play against our models. Like play games versus the models. Ideally online. We'll see. I mean, the main thing I wanted to do though, like I'm gonna be honest, I just wanted to play around with some C next week because I'm crazy burnt out on all the stuff I've been doing. So the plan is that I've got my race on Monday, and then I'm gonna take a day to recover. I'm gonna do some chill stuff for the rest of the week. Maybe I'll discover some cool stuff along the way, and then we'll be back to main experiments after that. Pupfer is the first time I use Docker. If you see the way that I do my work, you'll know that like I'm very, very selective about introducing heavy tools. So there's a very, very strong motive, right, for using Docker. There's nothing else that lets you do that remotely as well. Okay, interesting. So, step 0. Okay, so it didn't actually break here. It broke up in the compute observations, right? Is that Bet or Nishi? Who is that? I know two people who make that joke constantly. Huh. I'm trying to figure out what the heck is wrong with this thing. Like, negative 0.5, right? So this thing somehow respawned, moved a little bit, and then calls compute observations. How's that possible? We call respawn player here, right? And a respawn player moves to the location, and I will get an error message if it does not successfully move to the location. So how does compute observations get called? Well, it's a little interesting that reset calls. Reset already calls compute observations, meaning I don't need to do it. But that shouldn't make a difference. It doesn't return early, right? No. Huh. So somehow what's happening is I am moving the Wait, invalid player position 0, 0. Yeah, so what's happening is somehow I'm moving the player to 0, 0, which I'm supposed to do. That's how I prevent it from remaining on the field. I just clear out the position buffer, right? But then somehow compute observations is getting called before the player gets moved back to a actually reasonable position. Which doesn't really make sense to me because I see that the spawn positions are correct. Spawn X and spawn Y are both reasonable values. And then here I go through num agents and then I do respawn player. What's the ID of it? Team 1, hero types 3. With PID on here, player ID. Yeah, 8. So this is work, and then if compute observations, we go through num agents, we look at player.y and player.x, right? Player position 0, 0. Let's just print the game tick out. I want to see if this is happening on reset or if it's just happening randomly. That will make a difference. Or if it's happening at like a specific point that means that I'm corrupting my data somehow. And in the meantime, let's go back to looking at the MMRs. So let me see how, is there like an implementation of this here? Different ELO rating systems. Performance rating. The K factor. I don't like this. Because this like just assumes that you can't get better over time, that you like it's I don't like things that are based on the total number of games you've played. I think that's a bad system. K factors. I think we're just gonna have to run some sims because it's kind of hard to tell. This is still not crashing.
How many billion can I run per day? Wait. This is 10 bill, right? Bill. It's funny. Why is this feed so garbage? This is my following feed. Why is it this garbage? Ugh, it's freaking all Elon spam, damn it. uh, this is why I limit my shit posting to replies for the most part. Um, so they don't spam people's following feed. It doesn't tend to put replies in there very often. So for some reason it's not crashing yet. You know, why don't we in the meantime, let's do something useful in the meantime. We're going to do something useful in the meantime that'll be more entertaining to watch than me just like waiting on things to crash. So every time, you know, while we're waiting for experiments, we're going to evaluate our ELO system and we're going to see how good it is essentially. I remember having a test for this. Do we have like test ELO or something? Test extensions. Extensions, CleanOL. Policy. Is this in here? Test update scores. I think this is dated, right? Good array. Yeah, I don't think we have a test for this, which is kind of weird. Let's all right. Tests pufferlib policy pool. Where is it? Pufferlib. What happened? Ranker. All right, so this is what we want. Hi. We're going to test out this ELO system. From PDB accept support set trace. Pufferlib policy ranker import ELOs. Now what we're going to do is ELOs equals numpy array 1000 1000. And then what we're going to do is for game in range 1000 games. Let's do win prob.
Let's do like win prob. Yeah, win random.rand is less than 0.25. Then we'll do elo pair is equal to, or elos equal update elos. And then we'll do print P1, P2. Okay, that's interesting, right? So we have goes down and back up. Oscillates around a fair bit, right? What if we only run 100 games? Does this also give us a stable estimate? So you run a few games, and then it gets down to 990. And it takes a decent number of game to get down into the 70s, and then it kind of evens out somewhere between 70s and 80s. So there's like a 10-point-ish uncertainty range, it looks like. And then what did I say that this was supposed to be? It's weird that this thing still hasn't crashed, by the way. That's very odd. A difference of 50 should be a win prob of 95. Okay. So the difference at the moment is 30 points. Wait, no. A difference of 50 is 68 win prob. So we had set it to 75, right? So the difference should be more than 50, actually, right? Is that not happening? It looks like it isn't. It looks like we only get a difference of 30. Well, it's swingy, though. Because here, this is a difference of 60. Up here. I guess this is what happens when, like, the skill rating doesn't get tighter over time, right? Is that it's just very swingy. That's a tough problem, though. Not being able to adjust... Not being able to adjust, adjust, like, the elasticity of your rating, right? Because, like, if I were to do... Here, if I were to do test elo... What if I were to set k to, like, k equals 1? It hasn't converged yet, right? K equals 1. And we'll do 1,000 games. I think something is wrong because this is only giving me a difference of 40 elo for a 75% win rate. Yeah, this does not seem like the math is perfectly correct. I wanted this to be 50 elo is a difference of 50 elo should be a difference of 68% win rate, so it should be more than 50 for 75%. So there's something is wrong with the math here. I don't know. Does anybody actually know of like a good elo system I should use? I remember spending a lot of time trying to figure this out. Let's go check on comparison of elo systems. Can we find something? Elo is considered reliable. This is for a different. This is like for player inactivity. This is them implementing still skill decay. Comparison of elo and true skill. I remember having so many problems with true skill. Elo systems can tend to inflate over time, because it is only comparing two players' rating to determine a new rating. A better player who plays often will gain more and more points over time. They play often and they win gains. That's weird. Limits the maximum number of points per game. Let's see. Interesting. It's like the zero sum thing where like you got to be careful where if points come out of if elo points come out of thin air, right? You got to be careful with that. I remember this like I remember True Skill just being really bad. The problem I remember having with True Skill is that it pushes all of the scores together over time. which is not what we want. Yeah, I don't like true skill for this. So we'll figure something else out. It's very weird to me that this is suddenly working when this did not work before and I didn't change anything. Um oh, there it goes. Like, look at that. That's crazy. It played 132 games before eventually hitting the bug right as I was saying that. Since this is the farthest it's gotten, we can actually see some of these elos. We can see that it thinks that it's best after 100 iterations or whatever. So it actually says it gets better early in training. It gets to 110 and then it's like roughly stable thereafter. But these are very small values. And then this one has gone down a ton, which it should. It's a random. This is a random variable essentially. This is a random policy, so it should never be winning games. We'll go look at the ELO formula. Maybe we'll actually do some like pen and paper math today. I haven't done that in so long. But yeah, we'll do maybe some modeling on this after we fix this bug for sure. So this is happening mid game. It looks like mid game it gets spawned. The player gets respawned, and then observations get computed before it gets moved, or the player gets killed, and then observations get computed before it gets moved somehow, right? Let's figure out how that happens. Hero type 3 is... I'm a little suspicious, actually. Hold on. Because it also has a teleport skill as the thing that could be implemented wrong. Yeah, so Radiant Tank has Engage AoE, this skill, which has this move near. Turn false. I'm going to just try this for now. We're going to set this up. And then while this runs, I don't know how long it's going to take, but we're going to do a little bit of math. So, right now, this is a process in which we model win probability on a normal distribution. Let me test one thing first. We're going to do 68%. Okay, 1015 and 984 is a 300 point difference. a 30-point difference. And if I do 0.1, there's a much larger difference, right? So this is a 20-point difference. This is still pretty variable despite me running so many games, isn't it? 13 to 86. 13 to 84. 13. Oh, wait, no, it isn't. Yeah, no, it is. It is. There's still a fair bit of variability here. Because this here is 18. This one is still not a 50-point difference. It's still undershooting. 40-point difference. Okay, let's see why that is. Did I do this z-score thing correctly? Where's the table? Z table. And it's been so long since I've done any real math. This is like not even real math. This is basic. To be fair, of like every branch of mathematics, stats has always been my worst. This doesn't tell us on its own, right? Fucking ads. This doesn't tell us on its own. Should also make this not be covering. Oops. So what I'm trying to figure out is essentially like the difference in probability mass, right? Number of standard deviations that it's above or below the mean. Right? That's what I want. Yeah. So how did I do this math here? I did 1 over 1 plus 10 to the power of the difference. Where did I get this from? Honestly, I'm just forgetting where I got this from. Like, ChatGPT will tell me where I freaking did this math from. I forget what I'm like, even what I did this with. Where did I get this formula? The only reason that ChatGPT should be able to be right here is because this is me being incredibly stupid. This is like really basic. Adaptation of the ELO system. Standard ELO formula is over 400. Desired. So what does this do? Well, why is this not correct then? Because where did I get the 77? distribution. Wait, 84. So did I do this wrong? Is it 84? Did I just get it the number wrong? 1, 2, and 3 is 97 and 99.8. That's not right, is it? Wait. Is it just wrong here? I thought it was like 75. Was it 68? I thought it was. Wait, 84. It is 84. Where did I get 68 then? It's 84, 97, 99.8, 68. I knew it. 68.95. Where's this? 3 standard deviations is. Oh, I see. PDF, yeah. This is me being very, very bad at stats and trying to figure out how I screwed up this ELO calc. So, I think I got 68 instead of 84 because, let me think, does that make sense? 68, so that is 32, 84, 16. Yeah, so I did one-sided instead of two. I did one-sided instead of two-sided, which is correct, isn't it? Because if you have 60% of the data between here and here. No, wait, is it? If you do one-sided, right? I'm so confused with this. I'm trying to figure out where I got this formula from and whether it's correct. So I took the ELO formula and then I found this coefficient here. I adjusted this coefficient. I was trying to produce the 68, 95, 99.7 or whatever rule at deviations of a fixed offset. So like 50, 100, 150. So essentially like every 100-point jump means you're 95% to win against 100 points lower. It's so funny to me how ChatGPT is apparently solving everything according to Shills, and it just tells you that the average of 72, 73, and 76 is 77. Let's close this because this thing is useless. Yeah, so where's the ELO formula? Where's the ELO formula come from? I got it from somewhere. Okay, here it is. As inferred from wins and losses and draws. Average club player to have a rating of 1500 elo. Scaling so that 200 points would means an expected score of approximately 0.75. The exact formula for the expected score using a logistic curve with base 10. Flawed latest models are better. Yeah, maybe I should. Maybe I should just cancel all of them. I don't know. And actually learn to do stuff. I think that this was me doing like some weird Z transform stuff. I think like what I did is I looked this up on a like in a Z table, and then I tried to figure out like, well, if this gives you 75, then what number gives you 95, and like going from there. Why does this give you 0.75? Yeah. Still hasn't crashed. We're doing this while we're waiting for this to give me more diagnostics about why like the bugs in the environment. This thing doesn't explain where the math comes from. Like, why is this 0.75? Like, how does this formula give you 0.75? Logistic curve? No, I know what a logistic function is. I don't understand the... Okay, here? No, wait, I know what that is as well. Oh, is it just like area under... Is this just like empiric area under log curve or something? No, I still don't know where 2075 comes from. I could just go with their metric and have a 200 point difference be 75%. And then it would follow the chess distribution. Let me try that real quick just to see what happens. This is, if we just set this to 400, right? Okay, we get something, test elo. And then what we do is we set this to a 75. So this should be a 200 point difference. This doesn't give me a 200 point difference though. Let me see. Maybe I just implemented this thing, like the update wrong or something. So expected score is a 75% chance of winning and a 25% chance of losing. One over 1 plus 1 over 1 plus 10 to the elo 2 minus elo 1 over 400, right? This should be a 200 point difference. Oh, it is a 200 point difference. I just can't read. Let me see. It's a little noisy. Like, it's not quite 200. 95. Why is it a little bit undershooting? Is it just not updating quickly enough? Hold on. There we go. I'm surprised it's that noisy with 10,000 games. But that's the 200 point difference, pretty much spot on, right? And then they use a K value of rating plus K. They use a huge freaking K value. Like 32, 24, 16. US Chess Foundation uses this. Remains permanently 10. Interesting. Use the following ranges before. Okay, so now it uses 10, 20, 40. It's a logistic distribution rather than a normal. Okay. Okay, this might be the derivation. Oh, this is actually gradient descent. That's really funny. I didn't realize that. That totally makes sense though. This is this is like a just a estimate of gradient descent. Okay, this is funny. Yeah, of course it is, right? So let's use K equal to, they say 10 is what they use for their best players, right? I think this is going to be crazy deviated. Okay, so you get a deviation 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's a with 10 games, we get a deviation range of, smallest one is right here, about a 50-point deviation range, it looks like, right? Then here is, oh no, wait, it's more. Oh shit, it's like almost that's like an 80-point deviation range. But that's reasonable to swing around by that. Yeah. I think the larger K values are just crazy though, right? They used like 32 or let's say 20. I think the 20 ratings are nuts. These are way too swingy, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, the rating is never wrong. It's never rating one player higher than the other, where it's wrong there, right? But the largest deviation we see, so 864 to 954-ish, 100 points or so, and then here 1135 is the highest, and then 1045 is the lowest, so 90 points. It's not terrible. It's not terrible. How is that not any different from the k equals 10 one, though? How is it not any less swingy? If I like do k equals 1, is it going to be way more accurate? Like, yeah, this is within like a few points, right? 20 points maybe. But this takes forever to converge. New players until they complete total of 30 games. And this is 30. They used K32 here. In the US one. K factor of 24 may be more accurate as a predictive tool and more sensitive of performance. Okay. We'll try 24 as our default. It's supposed to be not super sticky, right? So the lowest value we get here is 829, and the highest value is 956. So that's very swingy. 130 points almost. And then here we have, what's the lowest? 1050 maybe? 1043 to 1170. Yeah, so like 130 points of swinginess. So you're like plus or minus, you're plus or minus like 70 points. I mean, that matches my intuition, though, that does match my intuition from, like, online games, right? You're gaining... That means you're gaining or losing up to 24 elo per match, right? That's the interpretation. If you win a match where you're even, if you win an even match, right, where it thinks that you're the same skill rating as another player, you gain 12 elo, they lose 12 elo. If you win a match where it thinks that you're better to begin with, you gain less than 12 elo, they lose less than 12 elo. And if you win like overwhelming odds, you can get up to double. You can get up to 24 elo in a game. .24 elo in a game means in 8 or 9 games you're able to rank up essentially. If 200 elo is a rank, which is like 200 points, and my guess is that they actually have it set lower than this for like online games. My guess is it's less than a 75% win chance per rank, right? I'm trying to think of like what do I think the win rate is of a silver team versus a bronze team. That's probably like actually 95, right? So maybe it's the 95% win rate is for the full rank. Let me see. What's the Dota MMR spread? I'm just trying to fit this to real world data. Like, oh, they changed it. They changed it from a logistic or whatever to a bell curve. Where's the MMR table? Okay, here's one. No. If you say the same elo, the win rate is the same for both. Yeah, what I'm trying to get a sense of is like I'm trying to match this in my head so I can see like, and I guess I don't know it well enough for Dota, but like let's do somewhere in the middle of the player base. So it looks like the spread for each rank is like 600 MMR points. Is that right? Yeah, like 600-ish MMR points. So that means, what do we think that the win rate is of like one whole tier up versus one tier lower? Like an Archon team versus a Crusader team. What do we think the win rate is? One whole rank up. Is it 95? It's like 150 points here per 20, 50. Wait. One, two, three. Yeah, it's like 150 points per tier. If they played it. I'm basically trying to make sure that the elo system that we have is like reasonable for a game, which it should be because I'm just using the chess one. I don't know if I have the distribution reasonable though. This might be like the old logistic distribution thing. I just want to get like a nice clean skill rating curve. I think that this should work though, the way I have it here. I think that I just had the math wrong before, like the way I had scaled it. And now that this should be valid, like, and it should not take this many games either. If I do like 100 games, right? Let's see how accurate it is. Let's just see what the spread is on this. So the lowest here is 860, no, 839, all the way up to 954. Yeah, so it's about the same. It's only 110-ish points. And then here it's 1160 is the highest, down to 1045. Yeah, so this converges actually reasonably quickly. Let me see if I put this print back here and I say like, hey, you're just going to play 20 games. What happens? So 10 looks like it loses a couple and then goes up. And now it has, by 20 games, it has roughly the 200 point gap that we're looking for. Not always though. Here it's only up by 130 points. 60. It's still pretty decent. I think this is a reasonable enough model, and it converges quite quickly. The initialization is also important, right? Yeah. Mm. Why is this thing? Is this? I think that actually this might just mean where that the bug is fixed here, because it has not seg faulted at all. Which could just mean that the bug was in the teleportation. Let it run a little longer. I think we got the elo thing roughly under control. Thing here? Nope. I do not know what the heck this timeline is. So much spam. Let's look here. Is it the move near function? It only gets called in 3 places, right? It gets called in this engage AoE, in the assassin TP, or 2 places. Yeah, that's it. And it always causes issues. So all it does is it says it calls move 2. Move near. Tank engage AoE. Hold on, something's weird's going on with the desktop. Uh-oh. I think we might be crashing here. Hold on. Whew. That was a good save. The CPU fan got stuck. Uh-oh. Hold on. Let's not overheat my box here. The fan is getting stuck on something. Definitely don't want that. Okay. Come on. I think we're good. Skill tank engage AoE. How does this get called? We get scan nearest scanned target of player, right? Desktop's got me paranoid, man. I think we're okay for now. Um, I want to figure out what the heck is going on here. If scan target is not null, wait. Is there supposed to be an else here? This thing is making such a bad noise. Okay. I think that I have this logic wrong, so yeah, this doesn't make any sense, right? Scanned targets of PID of 0. Oh no, wait, that's right. Players. But the thing is that target can be null here. Target equals nearest scanned target of player. Oh wait. No, because you have to scan. If attack target equals 1. Right here, look. We're scanning. Okay, I understand. So we are scanning every tick. We give the player the option of what it wants to scan. It can scan everything or just heroes and towers, excluding friendlies. So we got move near, which calls move to. If target is null, then you return false, right? And then there's also this one. Target is null, you return false. So we are checking to see if we have a valid target here. Oh, wait. I think it's an order thing. Wait. I think I know. So you attack. And then you move. Wait. you're at like 0, 0 or something. This definitely is fixed right here. This is definitely fixed. But I need to figure out why the teleport is breaking it when you turn the teleports on. It's somehow... It is somehow teleporting. In the middle of the game. So let's say it dies and respawns, right? So the thing, it dies and then it respawns. Mhm. I don't see how it's teleporting to something at 0, 0 though. I mean, what would have to be happening is it has to be like targeting a ghost essentially, right? It has to be targeting something that's like still on the field. Let's try this. I want to see if we're scanning invalid targets. I'm gonna have to rethink the PID system as well after this project because it's very, very error prone. Hmm. Instant seg fault. Okay, how's that possible? I'm just dumb. That's why. No pointer. This is not a happy fan today at all. There's gonna have to be some desktop maintenance at some point. This is what I get for building a mini ITX. Okay, so this should now catch if we're scanning an invalid target. We basically know the symptoms at this point, though. Like, it's something where the thing is teleporting out of bounds. We're not getting any errors in the scanning, though. How else would it break? A hard bug. Target's properly nulled, right? This engage AoE break stuff. We have move near player target. And all move near does move to YX, right? Try this. Very explicitly see where it's teleporting to. You should fail way faster. Okay, good. Here. This is what we were looking for. This invalid move near, right? Entity PID is 6. 6 is... I think that's assassin, right? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. PID is going to be 5 times team. This is 6. So this is assassin. Target PID is -1. So we have an invalid target. Okay. I think that there's something where like agents are ghosting, like they're being left on the map and not being cleared correctly, and as a result they're being picked up in scans even though they're invisible. It's like you're targeting ghosts, and then when you try to jump to the target, you jump to the real target, which is off the map because it's being respawned. Yeah, so immediately invalid target. Let's check PIDs. Oh wait, no, this is target. No, target dot PID is 0. No, wait, this needs to be -1. Stupid me. Let's fix that. Okay, so target PID. What? Wait. I'm very confused. Target PID is -1. Oh, wait, it's not in the scan. It's in move near. That's interesting. So when it's scanned, it's fine, but then when you move to it, it's not. TP damage. How does this happen? So when I'm calling scan AoE, oops. Yeah. So you're calling scan AoE, right? IDX. IDX gets set to 0, right? And you null You have the PID, which is right there. And you null the target. The last one, if none are found. Mind you, we don't actually scan any invalid targets, we just move near one. So somehow we have a target that's not null here. If the scan target, you do the scanner right here, right? Oh, wait. If attack target is 0, you pass. Ooh. Hold on. Why did I do it this way? I think I might have messed this up, right? Because if you don't scan, you could have an old target in your buffer. And that old target could have died. And if that old target dies, it's not going to be null, but it's going to have a negative PID and it's going to have a bad position. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if this fixes it. I think I have it. Damn it. Really? Oh, I just mistyped. I think I have it here. I think I've got it. We're going to let this run for a bit and we'll see. I think I got it, though. Whoops. Not Twitch. Twitter. Oh, it's because I'm on the wrong tab. It's over here. Oh, they got some cool panelists. Looks like we're good. This has to run a little longer, but it looks like we're good. So, I don't know why I had this, but this was allowing bad targeting to get into the buffer. So now what we're going to do is we're going to pare down all this logging and stuff and all these checks. And we're going to make sure that everything still works. We're going to make sure everything is still fast. And then we are going to integrate this with the experiment side of things. Thankfully. Okay. Look at all of this like garbage logging I had to add in here. Isn't that crazy? Just to fix this one little bug. This is why things that have to like keep state in sync are just really evil. Because if you get like state out of sync, it's really hard to catch. It's like, this is the thing that always bites me. Always, every time. It's so annoying because like it's the way that you get speed. Like having state that has to be kept in sync like this, so you can have multiple data structures that are like O of 1 for whatever you're using them for. So you get the best of both is so efficient. But it's also just how you always get bugs every single time. Yeah, there you go. 21 games. Solid. Let's set this up. Actually, we're going to set this up without the flags as well. We'll compile this fast. I put these on as debug flags. C division stays on. This one goes off. Oops. Redo setup. And then we'll essentially just see how our elo calcs go. And eval elos, we do k equals 224. Oh. And then we're going to very quickly see how the scores work out. Nice. So yeah, as you can see, it's minus 12 plus 12 as an even game. And it'll diverge a little bit after that. Would be more interesting to see how the last model does, right? 0476 or whatever. Let's do it that way. It's 4.6.pt. Let's try this one. Oops. Model 476. And we'll call eval elos. Mapdir is CPU. Alright, so now it's playing games. Interestingly, now the games are going to take way longer because both policies are actually competent. There we go, though. Interestingly, we lose to the first train checkpoint. Now this is a mirror match. It doesn't know it, but it's playing against itself. They do keep taking towers. The games last... I'm not really worried about how long the games take, though, because... Let me think. I think we set it to like 5 ticks per second, right? So this is 2,000 seconds for a 10K game. Well, this one's going very long. 4,000. Yeah, this is over an hour long game. Uh-oh. Oh, come on. Or do we have the old bug again? Oh, no, no, no. We didn't have the old bug. Okay, good. Look. It did win. I thought it wasn't triggering win condition again. I was worried. No, that bug I think is gone. Whew. Radiant victory. We beat, the mirror match. I could see the mirror matches taking very long as well, right? It's like a perfectly even match. Now we're doing this against opponent 450. What do I think about doing multiple games at the same time here? Increasing the batch size. Thing is that I have to wait for like each game to finish individually. I'm a little worried that this thing is going to need to be faster to be integrated into the sweeps tool, because it needs to evaluate like 20 games or whatever to get a reasonable rating, at least. If it takes like a minute per game, I can't add a 20 minutes to the end of every run. I would have to make these GPU rollouts at the end of the game, which would have to be substantially faster. Though if I did do it on GPU, I could do them all at once. So I could actually potentially make it like 100 times faster, right? Which would be worth doing. The downside would be I wouldn't get the curve over the course of training if I did it that way. Would be way simpler though. But you could still technically get it whenever you want. You could just pause and like do it. Is this the mobile-like environment made especially for RL or one of the actual PC games? This is especially for RL. But it's like the map data is one-to-one with Dota. We haven't implemented Forest yet, but the obstacles in the arrangement is one-to-one. Creep patterns, like creep movement and stuff, is one-to-one. Their like pathing is one-to-one. What else is one-to-one? Tower placements are one-to-one. Not everything is one-to-one. We have 5 heroes. Yeah, 100x faster we can do. The main thing is that this thing runs at 1,000,000 FPS single thread. So that's a lot of data. In fact, this thing is so fast that we're actually going to be able to get onto the same order of magnitude of the amount of training that OpenAI 5 did with like 1,000 GPUs. We're going to be able to be on that same order of magnitude with 1 GPU, the amount of data that they trained on. It's going to be really cool. Yeah, these games just go really long. Holy hell. I mean, this is the equivalent here of like hour and a half, nearly 2 hour long game. Because the agents are really stupid right now. I mean, every 1,000 steps that you see here is, I think, 4 or 5 minutes of gameplay. But this is running the neural nets in real time. Like, this is running the neural networks really inefficiently on one CPU core. So I was trying to figure out how I wanted to make this thing. Like, if I wanted to make this thing CPU or GPU, like if I wanted to run it at the same time as the main loop, or if I wanted to run it intermittently. And I think we're just going to have to make it really fast on GPU and then just run it not particularly often. Be the way to go. Run it like every 10 minutes. We'll run it for a minute or something. So we'll guarantee that we don't add more than 10% overhead with this eval somehow. But you can see that the elos are slowly being adjusted, right? It hasn't sampled everything yet, but it says that we have 1,000 elo, so we've actually converged back to where we started, but then 450 has gotten 1012. You can see, different models have performed differently. Hold on. Puffer's only about taking good care of environments, right? It doesn't handle and enforce any learning method. Stuff like offline training and world models can be done. Yeah, Puffer's not a framework. It's a pretty lightweight library. We do fast simulations. We give you really good vectorization. We give you compatibility tricks to make it easy to work with very complex environments, just the same as really simple environments. We give you bindings for lots of common environments so they work out of the box. We give you a container with stuff that's really annoying to get set up and installed. We give that to you out of the box. And if you want to use our learning scripts, right, I have a demo PPO script that does, that's very highly optimized, very high throughput, and is integrated with all sorts of WANDB sweeps, carb sweeps, etc. So I tell people like to just go read the code because like people like come in expecting that you're going to need to have a giant manual full of docs on a project like this, and you really don't. Like the entire stack top to bottom, including the sim code, is maybe a few thousand lines, like 2-3 thousand lines. Like here, even in this case, this MOBA is crazy complicated, right? This is, I think, 1,500 lines of code for the MOBA sim, a few hundred lines of wrapper bullshit and rendering on top of that. Vectorization is maybe like 600 lines to get it from multiple processes onto GPU, and then the whole train loop plus demo code is maybe another 1,000. That's it. It's really not that bad. And it's not split over like a million piddly files either that are like really complicated to figure out what does what. It's like it's written really, really stupidly and simply in the easiest possible way to understand. Now I need hardware. Yeah. I can't make RL work with zero hardware, right? You can actually run like the snake end for like little piddly environments. You can probably run well enough, even on CPU. I actually, some of my stuff will train way faster than most modern RL will train on like a really high end machine. Like my stuff will train faster on one core than most environments will train on like a high end machine. So you can kind of do some work, but really like you're looking at having a decent desktop. You don't need stuff that's as good as I have. You can save quite a bit of money and get relatively close, but reasonably high end CPU and like 3080 at least. Yeah, it's viable on the single M's. Here I'll show you like this is what I use for my stuff. This is a bit more than most people are gonna have access to, right? I'm trying to build this out. My hope is that sometime in the next year or so, really all I need to do with Puffer is I need to get us like a 250,000 in revenue, and then I'm going to build out a 50 node cluster. Um, and that's going to power like majority of open source RL work out there. We'll just like, allocate compute to various cool different open source projects and people doing dev. But for now, this is the starter cluster with 8 nodes. Yeah. I mean, this is a nice setup, but it's not a crazy setup, right? Like, if you think about it, in language modeling, you buy one node that has 8 GPUs on it, and it's like 100 grand with discounts. And that node is not going to be particularly well spec'd for reinforcement learning. The core ratios to GPUs are all wrong, etc., etc. This entire thing is about $30,000. It has 8 GPUs, but it has like 200 cores, and it's way, way, way better optimized for RL. You can do cloud GPU. Modal's fine. I haven't used them. Vast is fine. I know people like Vast because it's cheap. These boxes are about 4,000 bucks a piece. You could downgrade a couple things and still get relatively good perf at like maybe 3,000 bucks a box. You can use them for other stuff as well, right? This is basically just buying a high-end gaming desktop. And the only thing I would suggest is if you're not going to exclusively use puffer EMs and you want like to use some other EMs that are not as well perf optimized, that you probably want to get a pretty high core CPU, right? So these are 24 core CPUs. With puffer EMs, you really don't need them. I only use 2 cores while running most of my experiments. But with all the other ones, yeah, you really need the cores. TinyGrad? What's TinyGrad gonna do? Their boxes are not spec'd for RL. They have too much GPU and not enough CPU for RL. Though maybe with the new, maybe with the new puffer EMs, they're all right. Are these A600s? Nope, they're 4090s. So the really nice thing about just buying desktops straight up is that you can buy nice just desktop grade cards. And I'm perfectly allowed to use them like this as well, because this is not technically a data center, right? I'm not linking the machines together. I'm not doing like any inter-machine stuff. I'm just giving these out to people as dev boxes. So like I'm completely allowed to do this. I don't even have to worry about toss or anything. Like they're not installed in server racks or anything. The rack that they're installed on is a garage rack, right? Some of these games go really long. Holy hell. Okay, here's the plan. I'm going to make this thing way faster. Well, I'm gonna take a few minutes now. I'll be back in a few minutes. I got a bad headache. I gotta like go get an Advil, reset, do a couple quick things. Then I will be back, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna make this 100 times faster by making this parallelized on GPU, and we're gonna then integrate it with WANB sweeps, and we're gonna be able to get hyperparam sweeps that actually tell us like elo over different training runs, and that's going to give us like really, really good stable estimates of which hyperparameters are good versus not. Going to be a fewish minutes though. I gotta go resolve this. Here, I'll put this up in the meantime for, I don't know, people to look at. The article's on the site. There's actually like a full hardware teardown if you want to look it up on the website. Be right back. All right. Is the desk on the image the one that you're sitting at right now? Nope. The desk on the image is not a desk. It is a rack in a garage. This is in Florida. I'm currently in California. Oh, wow, look at this. This is cool. Yeah, this is very cool. Look at this. Oh, man. Hmm. So the tricky thing here, I just realized, is that I know how to make evaluations versus one opponent 100 times faster. I don't know how to make evaluations against all the opponents 100 times faster. Which is VMAP, doesn't it? What's this? I see. I wonder if this works. I bet this does work. So we'll write this the dumb way first, and then we'll write it a smart way, I guess. Yeah. Stupid headache today. Just like slept wrong. Okay, so policy and opponents, right? Thinking how I want to do this. It's a tricky one to write correctly. Is this working? Yeah, we're fine. Scores. Oh, I also hmm, I also kind of want to fix the ELO evaluations, don't I? Hmm. Yeah, I see what we're gonna have to do. I've been trying to avoid writing this piece of code for so long. We're gonna have to do it though. We're doing it today. So to start with, there are random choices. I want the docs, not W3 schools. With a replacement. Without replacement is sample. Thank you. Okay, so we return this. We return some randomly selected opponents, right? Length of paths is less than n, then samples random dot choices else. Okay. I should have written this backwards. Okay. So here's your policy, and we're going to do opponents. It's going to be load 8 opponents, right? M's is 64. Do this on GPU now. And we have our opponents. This init elos is garbage. Do I like doing it like this? Let me think. So hard to tell how I should do this. Yeah. Let's grab all this code. Mm-hmm. Random int. There's a simple way. Oh yeah, the sample supports range. Cool. Nice. Opponents. Opponents. Load passive I. Okay, so we have map locations. We have our opponents loaded. We've got our elos defined. This is good. Then we just have to do elos of mine is equal to 1,000. Now what we're going to do is we're going to switch this up a little bit. Yeah, we're going to have to like switch up this logic quite a bit. We're going to keep this function signature like this. So it's going to be scores equal to rollout num games. Games equals, so to two, how many do I have to start with? 8. Do 16 games. Okay. So now env policy opponents. This is now envs, not env. And now things get a little harder than usual. Envs policy opponents games timeout dot reset, and then we have cnv here, which is commented. My state, opponent state is, these are fine. Holy hell. I don't know what the heck is wrong with my fan here. Uh-oh. I gotta get this working or the machine's gonna overheat. Something is blocking this fan. Shit, man. Fan is not happy. I don't know why either. Where is it hitting? I can't remotely tell where it's hitting. Okay. Hopefully this machine lasts me for a little longer. I'll probably have to like do some maintenance on it. Bought a deep learning textbook years ago. I don't know what I should do with it. I may have skipped something. I'm going to be honest, I haven't fully read a single one. I think I have the Bishop book and the probabilistic graphical models book here, technically. And I started off way more math heavy than I am now. I started off like pretty heavy on the math side of ML, and it just wasn't freaking useful. Just how else to say it. I got way more mileage out of just building stuff. So, I put fewer and fewer skill points into math and more skill points into building stuff. And it's worked out pretty well. I really can't say that I'm often limited by the math side of things. Like sometimes I'll feel really stupid because I can't do something simple quickly, but it's pretty rare. It's pretty rare. Dude. I think this machine is on its last legs here. This CPU fan at least. I'm trying to think what I can do to like get it to stop getting caught on something. I don't even know what's getting caught on. Oh, that's it. This is gonna die on me if I don't get this under control. Shit. Shit, man. Okay, maybe this does something for now. I'm trying to think what the heck could even be happening. There's nothing that should be blocking it. Well, I can't just spend all day worrying about it, so I'm gonna put the case fan like right in front of the CPU for now. And if the machine suddenly goes down due to thermal shutdown, then I'll just I'll probably like do this on my laptop for the rest of the day, and then I'll order a fan for next stream, which will be next week sometime. And I'll have to do the maintenance before then. I don't know what's up with this thing though. Not even that old. Okay. Tower's taken. And what we'll do is here, 4. Four. There. Reset, I think. Do this. So if it goes 50k steps, I don't even think I need this logic because I don't even think I'm going to run it for 50k steps, right? But just in case, we'll do this. I don't even know if this helps, but we'll leave it for now. This thing actually is like, I don't think you can hear it through the mic, but it's like a lawnmower dying or something. I don't know. Does anybody know a decent like slim profile mini ITX air cooler I can get for this thing? Drive me nuts. I really like this build as well. Mini ITX. No, this is not my, this is not a 24 core. This is an i7 10700K. This is my local box. The 24 cores are the ones in the cluster, the mini cluster. This one has a 3080 in it, and whatever this is. Here, I can't spin the camera, but I can show you. Let me see. How do I not get the glass reflection on this? Come on, camera, focus. I don't know why my camera doesn't like let me focus on this photo. There. Might be better. It's still kind of washed out, but there you go. I think we just get rid of this. So this is the part that's obnoxious, right? I still hate this. The crazy thing is I'm trying to actually do this, and the fan is acting up so badly. I can feel the vibrations through my keyboard, which is sitting on a pretty thick mouse pad as well, like mouse mat. Let me just make sure that I don't have like a million degrees. Not a million degrees. I think it's okay for now. Yeah. It's okay for now. 67C, 72C. I'll leave this on the side. If it goes crazy, I'll do something. If not, I'll just try to ignore it best I can. This is the last day I'm streaming until after I'm back next week anyways. So, I'll just order something today and we'll see from there. I really want to get this done though. So, because if I can get this done, basically the Dota project is set to go. Like, we'll be able to do so much. I think it makes sense to batch. Yeah, I think it makes sense to freeze. It makes sense to freeze elos and batch my obs, okay. So let's just do... There's no way to slice. I guess technically what we can do is we can do as tensor obs, obs equals obs.reshape. Do num ems is length. Okay. We're going to reshape this to be num ems. 10 is the number of agents per environment. And then -1. Ob shape, right? We'll check. We'll double check on that, but I think that's it. And then we'll do my obs is :5. Opponent obs is :5 star. So we'll do it in a loop to begin with. Okay, so we get all my, so we get obs for this specific game. And then this is now opponent is opponents of I. Opponent, my state, ob state. Now this is very annoying actually as well. Incredibly annoying actually. Very, very annoying. Like, I know what operations have to be done here. It's just very difficult to think about how to do these efficiently. Okay, maybe we'll do it like this. Um, and then we're gonna reshape it. I think this works. So we reshape it so that we get the proper observations. So now we have a big block of obs for multiple games at the same time. So this is vectorized. And then what we'll do is okay. And then we'll do my state, opponent state. So we have our states here. Get rid of this. The x equals x. Let's do opponent IDX. Opponent IDX. We can vectorize this even further if we're smart. But we're going to start with this. And then we do states. All right. Like this. Update the state. And then what about the actions? Get my action. It's still hard, isn't it? Stack them somehow? Not even. Damn. It's got to be a better way of doing this stuff. The indexing is just so hard. Maybe if I'm clever. Hold on. If I concatenate this along the right dimension, I think that this will work, and I can reshape. God, that's not easy, though. That's really not easy. Okay. And then what we do is for m's c equals env, and we need to do a little bit more than this. We need to return scorecards, right? Scores. Opponent. We have num games. This should be played. Okay. Let's start debugging this monstrosity. Um, this needs to be made simpler. It's to explain what's going on here. Like, I'm trying to parallelize, right? I have many games of Dota, and they each have 5 agents in them. So the indexing is like you have your policy controlling every single like 1 0 through 4, and then like 10 through 14, and then like 20 through 24 is all one policy, and then the rest of them are controlled in blocks by different policies. So you just have this really awkward indexing over which torch model is controlling what. Um, and it has to be done batched because otherwise it's very inefficient. So I don't want to rely on VMAP to like get all the efficiency for me. So the hope is that in eval, we're going to have a way we're going to select like 8 policies to eval against, and then we're going to do vectorize. We haven't done it yet, but we're going to vectorize all of your policy calls so that in one pass we do like 100 M's worth of forward pass for your policy, and then we do individually like in 8 different batches we'll do the ones for the other policies, and maybe we can VMAP stuff or something, I don't know, but it's tricky. Definitely tricky. I don't think we can just straight up I don't think we can just straight up VMAP everything and have it work, right? I don't think it will be anywhere near as good. Produces identical results. Fancy magic, yeah. I'm trying to think if I want to trust Torch VMAP. Isn't this a compiled operation as well? I don't think I want to trust this. I don't think I want to trust VMAP. I think you do it manually. You suffer once and then you don't suffer again. I'd rather suffer more now than suffer in small little bits later on. Opponents. Key error 0. I see, so I have these as a dict. Is there a operation I can use to slice chunks out of this? It could torch split it, but I don't want... I could also just make the indexing mask, right? Instead of doing this view shape thing. Is that better? What if I just do... Maybe I can do it once. Let's do... shape. Not what I asked for. Okay, we can do this. Dot 2. CUDA for now. And then my IDX is not how this freaking works, dude. Garbage suggestions. Dot. Times 5. Okay. Okay, so we have my IDXs, we got opponent IDXs. Let's put this up here. My action. Or states. State none. States. Okay. We're getting some serious indexing bullshit now. So here's what I'm trying to do. I'm going to, in one pass, we might have like 100 environments, right? It's us playing against a ton of different opponents simultaneously. So we're going to do all of our computations in one pass vectorized on GPU. No VMAP, no bullshit. And we're going to do it like this. And if we don't have an LSTM, we do it like this. Okay, so this is parallelize across opponents. Okay, and then iterate opponent policies. And the way that we do this now is so this is going to be pointer. That's what it is. We start at, say, num ems per opponent. Yeah, well, let's not do that. Let's just iterate over a number of opponents. For I in range. We're going to make a num opponents because we keep using it everywhere. Num opponents. Okay. Pointer is going to be equal to start it up here, and then we're going to do end equals pointer plus m's per opponent times 10 times m's per opponent. No, 5 times m's per opponent, because we control 5 agents. Okay? And then what we're going to not forget to do is down here somewhere we're going to do... Nope, not like that, Super Maven. Pointer equals end. Now let's see how much logic we save by doing that. So we're going to do opponent obs is going to be... we didn't compute my obs up here. Shit. My obs is going to be my IDXs. An opponent IDXs. Oh, wait. Dot split. We can split it. Haven't quite gotten to hello triangle. I'm confused because this is not graphics either. This is tensor indexing for data to go to our RL agents for evaluations. Split size or sections. Size for each chunk. I think then that all we have to do is we split it into 5 times m's per opponent. And then what we do is opponent obs opponent IDXs of I. Right? We'll see if we need that pointer still. And then we do opponent state. We do opponent state. State of I. Opponent state, right? Okay, otherwise, oops, opponent action. And then we need to specify opponent, opponents of I. Okay, we're very, very close now to having this. We still have to figure out how to stack the actions, though, don't we? I think we kind of had that, though. I think we did kind of have that. I think we get rid of this now. We don't need the pointer. I don't think we need this pointer. And then what we'll do is opponent actions. Actions. And we'll do opponent actions. Cat. Okay. Let's see how this does. If we're on the right track or not. Be on the same device. Are they not? We didn't queue to the obs. Cool. Okay, cool. So we actually have some action data here. What did we get for the shape of these? 64 times 5 is 320. That's correct. Why, I don't know why we only get back one dimension of data, but oh no, I do. We're good. Okay, these are actually both good. And now what we have to do is there needs to be some reshaping bullshit, doesn't there? So my actions. Oops. Dot view. Num m's by 5. And then component actions dot view. Dim equals 1 dot view. What do we think about this? It's a little bit jank, and it's definitely special purpose to this env, but I don't care. We stepped the env. We did step the env. Does this actually run? This might actually run. If this works, we're going to be in such a good spot. So many Twitter notifications. I'll take the follows. Oh, good. Kyung gets a little bit of engagement on this. Yeah, he's up to over 100 follows. He just started posting as well. Kyung is a really good person to follow. He's done a lot of great work on Neural MMO in particular. Really made the competition possible. Well, okay. I think that might be it, guys. Let's see. Uh-oh. That's not a good sound. What the fuck just happened? I broke a fan blade. Hold on. I think that's it, guys. I think we're gonna overheat this stupid thing. Let me see if I can get this to fucking... Okay, so my fan blade on the backup fan just snapped. So I don't really know how I'm gonna keep this machine cool. Let me think. It's not stable anymore, so like I don't have a way to... I need like zip ties or something. Shit. Well, this is a ridiculous way to be stuck. I'm currently stuck holding this fan in front of my CPU. It will go to 100 Celsius within about 20 seconds if I do not. I'm trying to think how I can salvage this so I can at least dev for the next few hours. I'm trying to think if I have any zip ties. I probably do, but the question is I don't know where I have them. Unless they're under my desk. I got a bunch of stuff under here. Oh, I've been looking for that. That's cool to know that that's there. I don't know where... I don't think I have any zip ties, though. Well, shit. I actually just found a bunch of stuff that I've been looking for. Come on, there's got to be an easy way to do this, right? I don't want to, like, tape something because this is so hot. Fire up a quick Vast AI instance. What am I supposed to stream on? Like, I don't have this whole... Like, this whole setup is not going to work on my laptop. Like, I don't... Maybe I haven't explained how ridiculous this is. So, the CPU fan has, like, broken, so it's just, like, periodically spinning a little bit. It's not really doing much. And then I used one of the case fans just as a backup. I just stuck a case fan in front of it, and it fell and broke a blade. So now it's like rotating all over the place. It still works, which is why I'm able to talk. That's what I'm holding this fan in place in front of the CPU, which is keeping it to 60C instead of 100C. Um, but I don't have a way of attaching it there without holding it. Like, I'm looking and I don't see anything I can attach it to easily without zip ties. Let me see if I can just be smart here. Is there anything I can do? Maybe I can just wedge it somehow. Come on. Gotta be some way of doing this, right? Okay, I managed to do something incredibly precarious. I'm going to commit my code just in case. No, 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 no. This is literally the machine next to me exploding or attempting to self-destruct as I'm coding. Okay, at least we have this. That's everything just in case. Well, we'll see how much longer this stream lasts. Let me use that time just in case to see if I can find a couple zip ties around here. I have every part imaginable. I have like every single possible part imaginable, but I don't know where I put my zip ties. That's great. Well, if anybody wants to recommend me a new CPU fan for this mini ITX, this is the fan blade that shattered. So I've got a half of a fan blade here. Happy Saturday to me. Looks stable enough for now. We'll see. Crazy day. I've actually kind of intentionally not been replacing that fan. So this is going to sound really stupid, but I've been kind of intentionally not replacing that fan because like I know that this PC can't be like set on full throttle, right? Because it prevents me from downloading and playing Baldur's Gate 3. So I don't know what's going to happen if if I actually like have to get a new fan. I might just end up disappearing for a couple weeks. I don't know. Oh, I totally screwed up the stream in the process, didn't I? Here. There we go. Let's hope not. All right, what? Oh, come on. Stay there. Damn thing. There. Stay there. Maybe I shouldn't run this locally. All right, maybe that's what we'll do. I'll keep deving, but I'll start deving on the remote machine that's less likely to spin the fan super fast. How about that? I think maybe this one's better. We on dev? Yeah, we're on dev. Yeah, that'll be way smarter. Because this is not going to hold up to heavy use. Okay. What happened? Do we have eval elos here? Yeah. Eval elos. Okay, there. Let's run it on here. Oh shoot, we don't have the checkpoints on here, do we? I think we can just like. Did we run it on this machine? Wait. Oh yeah, we totally did. Perfect. We even have our checkpoints. And now this should work. Oh, look at that. Look how fast those games are. You see that? By comparison. Isn't that nice? Okay, so now we're in a good spot. I'm no longer worried about losing the data. Worst case scenario, I'll have to end stream and like the worst case scenario is I'll have to just end stream and do this on my laptop, but I'm not worried about like losing data now. Let me just wedge this thing a little bit better and then we'll just keep going on this and I think I'll hopefully be good for the rest of the day. I might have to adjust it once in a while, but this will cover us. Jeez. I used to like building all my own hardware and stuff, but it's such a waste of time now. All right, N 64 M's, 16 games, right? So let's say we have 16 games, we get the results, okay? And then what we do is game in results. So we do win. So if win, okay. We'll try this one for now. Key error 30. Well, we shouldn't have 30, right? Opponent. Num M's. Ah. It's gotta be opponent IDX. Apparently elos are not happy. Try this. So close. Okay, let's put a breakpoint here and see what's going on. Opponent. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. Yeah, I see. So it's name equals name. Okay, here, we'll do this. And this should give us our update. Perfect. Look at that. Look at that. So you sample the opponents. Yeah, this is perfect. Now we just need to run. Let's see what happens if we run like substantially more games. Look at these games coming through. Like more than a game per second. Okay, so we actually do get some ratings here. I'm a little confused as to why our rating is low. It's possible that this policy is just collapsed, right? Let's take one of the early checkpoints that we know is probably good. So many dire victories. What the heck? 790. And then what's it saying is good? It says 300 is really good. Okay, maybe this is true then, right? Maybe it just keeps getting better up to 300. Let's see if we ever get one that's above, that does above 1,000. Oh, look at that. Okay. Whew. Oh, we're actually good. Yeah, we have this right, guys. That's sweet. Okay, so now here's the thing we gotta figure out, right? Here's the thing we gotta figure out. We gotta figure out the way that we actually want to update. We just did the hard part. We just did the hard part. We gotta clean the script up, obviously, but this was the hard part. Fast evals. Now here's the thing that I don't know, right? We're gonna start out. The idea is that this is gonna run over probably won't be sweeps, though we can also use this over individual very long training runs, right? But the idea is that we start out, we probably dump like a random checkpoint in to start against as like a starter opponent, right? And then every so often a new checkpoint gets dumped into the directory, all right? And the goal is going to be that the new checkpoint that we dump in is the one that we need to evaluate like ASAP so that we can tell how good the run was, right? So we do an experiment, we finish the run, we get a policy, and we want to know how good it is. So my thinking is that we'll just run the policy against either all or some sample of all of the other policies that have been recorded so far. So like the random policy will just be initialized with 1,000 elo. 1,000 elo means that you're a random policy. And then the first one that runs, will have some experiment, and then it'll run a bunch of games against the random policy. And it'll get some elo. Then that elo is fixed. It will not change subsequently. And when we run the next experiment, we will just update against that elo. We'll just update versus that elo. Is that a sane thing to do or not a sane thing to do? Because otherwise the elos are going to shift all around after we're done with the experiments, which is maybe fine, but it's going to make it a little hard to compare stuff. So I guess that the way that you would implement this is like this, right? You only update your own elo, and we'll see what happens. Now, mind you, this is not going to be a representative sample because practically we're already going to have elos assigned to these other bots. Yeah, so here we get 1158, which means that on average, we're a fair bit better than these other bots. We can also run substantially larger batch size than this, I believe. This is only batch 640. I think like 128 games is very reasonable to run for evals, and it should still run pretty fast. Yeah, look, it's running even faster. Well, faster per game. We get good scaling, essentially. But yeah, that took like 20 seconds, not even, so 15 seconds. We can totally run that at the end of a game, right? We can, at the end of a training experiment, we can totally run that. I think we're good, though. I think that we just figure out how to integrate this now, and we are set with this. Okay. Cool. I'm going to see, it's 1:55. I think what we'll do, I'm going to make one silly Twitter post, and then we'll integrate this with sweeps. And I think that'll actually already have Dota in a good spot because we'll be able to get consistent evals, and we'll see how stable training is from there. I've made a bunch of fixes to the environment after all. All right, back to real work. I just figured that this would be whoops. I figured that this would be, where'd it go? Guess it doesn't update. Weird. Whatever. Let's go. Real work. How are we going to make this work? I'm going to comment this to start with. This has all got to go into demo.py somehow, right? So we basically can just give it a... This whole thing just becomes a function, right? So this is rollout. Elos. Checkpoint. Components. 8:24. Okay. We need the environment. It's fine. We can remake it like this. It's also fine. Yeah, we're fine. All we have to do now 8 opponents. Is just turn this main into a usable function. Do num games, num m's. Opponents. Very good. Jeez. This might just be it. Let's see. So you do have to pass in. We do have to figure out how we're going to do elos because these things do have to be updated from episode to episode, I believe. I'm trying to think how I want to do this. We need to have the elo save somehow. Is that actually loud enough that it's coming through my mic now? Yeah, I see that activity on the mic. That's obnoxious. I guess I'll just close the case. That probably helps a little bit. Move the mic a little as well. Okay, I'm not seeing it anymore on the mic. Good. So the way I'm going to want to do this here, I'm trying to figure out how I want to set the initial elos up. I don't really want to have like an extra database or anything. I'm trying to think if it's like, I guess it's not even worth me trying to like cache anything. I think it's literally just going to be that we start it, we give it elos, right? And then what we do is we give it checkpoint dir, we give it like elos, was it like name, policy, elos. What about, but the thing is we're already going to have saved a checkpoint, right? So we're going to have to do like, Policy. We don't need policy then. We just need f name. Checkpoint. Checkpoint dir. Elos. And I guess what we're going to just do is elos will start off as like an empty dictionary, and then what we'll do is this will be checkpoint dir, checkpoint, like this, make env, this is fine. Hold on, let me see if I can at least set a threshold on the mic, because I can see it's still coming through a little bit. Mic, aux. Status, volume. Is there a way to just do this real quick to like set a filter? Let me hold on. OBS mic threshold. I click, go to filters. Oh wait, yeah, I found it. Hold on. Noise suppression. Oh, it's already on. Well, great. Now I don't hear any noise. Okay, great. Then it's already working, I guess. I was seeing it on the input. This is so jank. So like the CPU fan broke, and like it's making like this, like I can hear it from here. Like I can deal with it. Like it's actually like I can feel the vibration of the fan through my keyboard from a couple feet away on the mouse mat. But whatever. I'll buy a new. I'm gonna just have to like next week do a little bit of maintenance, like fix up some stuff on this machine, get a few things ready, whatever. Um, if you can't hear it for now, we'll just keep going. So, getting way too distracted by this today as well. So what I was trying to do is I have this checkpoint here. We're gonna load this checkpoint. It's not a string. We're gonna load right from here. So we have policy, we've got opponents, right? And then this is load policy. Do I use this? I don't use this because I do it lower down. So what we do, if checkpoint, well, checkpoint is in name, so del no, it's just path pop slash checkpoint. So we get rid of the checkpoint from the path because we want to not be evaluating against ourselves. I got deja vu coding this. It's very similar to what I was trying to do a while ago. We don't need this anymore. We do elos. Checkpoint is going to be equal to 1,000. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So we sample with a replacement from this directory. We get the opponents that we want. elos of checkpoint is going to be equal elo pair of 1. Okay, and then we will return elos. Num games is num games. And then what we do is we go into demo. And I'm trying to think where this is going to be run from. I think we're going to have to run this from... This should probably be run from the sweep, right? Not from train. So it'll just be inside of sweep carbs. We've got carbs here. There are a few issues with this, though. Yeah, there are a few issues. Maybe we can work around it, though. We also could do this, like, extra eval here. I guess this is fine. That's uptime. Let's return policy as well. Policy here. And what we'll do then is exp idx equals 0. Then what we'll do is by dx plus equal 1. Okay, so here we need to do something for the MOBA, right? So like if env name is MOBA or something. Name, hold on. Env name, perfect. So we're just going to special case it here. If env name is MOBA. Does this follow? Yeah. So evaluate elo, import calc elo. And then what we're going to do, just do elos at the top. Elos equals like this. And what we're going to do is we'll do util elo. Make dir MOBA elo. And do we have a policy here? We do not. So we need to put a random policy into there. Backend.driver. Yeah, that's annoying. Yeah, it's very annoying actually. I know how to do all this stuff. It's just I don't know how to do it without making a whole mess of the rest of the nice demo code that we have for everything, which has always been the problem with this type of work. And the fact that this is in a sub process makes it all that harder. Let's just do. Can't even do it here, can I? Does this do it? Okay, so now there's a random policy. It's gross, but it works. And then we calc elo. We have to save the policy. xidx.pt. Okay, so this works. Policy. args.checkpointdir. Nope, it's gonna be moba elo. checkpoint dir elos. Which is gonna be model model name okay, elos, and we don't need any of this stuff because all the defaults are good, right? Okay, elo equals calc elos, and then what we do is we do elo was it output observed value equal elo of model name. This is going to be a pain to test because it's in a sub process, but the basic gist of this mess is that when we do a sweep, we want to clear out a special folder just for the sweep. We're going to save a random policy to service the baseline. It's going to have was it random.pt? I gotta actually make the elos. Random.pt is 1,000. There's a baseline in there that's a random policy. It has 1,000 elo. We evaluate against it. We get an elo. We train another model. We evaluate against the random one and this one. We train another model, and it goes from there. And then carbs actually gets to observe the value of these various different elos. Okay, let me see. Train. And actually, we have to rebuild, right? So let's try this. Parent directory MOBA elo does not exist. Yeah, okay. Does it not exist? Okay. Make DIRs. The heck? God damn it. Sign in. Whoops. Time for our hourly fan adjustments. In which I attempt to wedge this fan a little better. Ridiculous. Okay. Yay. That's nice. It does something. Cool. Now what we have to do is let's leave these prints in. Let's leave these prints in just so we can see a little bit better. And we're going to make these experiments super short. Yeah, so here we have like 100 mil or whatever. We're just going to like, so we can test this, right? 5 mil. And then instead of 10 bill, it'll be 10 mil. Literally, I'm afraid that if I get up to use the restroom, the fan will spin itself out of place and this computer will have overheated by the time I get back. uh, Ridiculous. Okay. Exp ID not associated with a value. Whoa. It's exp IDX, right? Exp IDX not associated with a value. Really? I guess I can't send ints across like this, huh? That's a little annoying. Kind of weird. Let's see about this. Very close to having this working. Happy to say. Cool thing is once this does work, we're going to actually be able to see potentially some real progress. Plan failed. String cannot be interpreted as an integer. Well, it would be really nice if I had a proper trace back. I don't know why it would eat the entire thing. That makes it particularly difficult to debug WANDB. This is actually for folks watching. I consider this to be like one of the single greatest design sins you can make in a library is unnecessarily throwing something into a subprocess. Like, there's absolutely no reason that WANDB has to spawn up subprocesses. It should just give me control over the experiment loop. I'd way rather write a for loop and not have something be on a subprocess. Like, if I want it on a subprocess, I'll put it on a subprocess. Just eating errors for no reason and like causing debugging through subprocesses by default is god awful from a design perspective. Everything else about WANDB, a-okay. This one thing is like bane of my existence. I'm trying to think if I can even do anything here because like I don't know how to get the logs back from this. Is there like a -v or anything for WANDB? Stupid thing. Debug logs. Debug.log. run 6.4. Holy. This really does not give you what you want. Yeah, this is really useless. Ah, shit. This is why this is so infuriating. You kind of just have to, like, guess. Let me see where this... Can I find where this errored at the very least? Elos. Model name, path, and then Elos, right? Model name. Path. Elos. Looks totally fine. Let's just run it again and see what it gives us. It's pretty funny how you can clearly tell people are not happy with the NERPS reviews. Okay, so we can see right here that we get to the spot where we're going to evaluate ELO, and then we error after that. So somewhere here there's a type error with a string. Which I would assume would have to be in here. So print loaded policy. I hate having to do this. Like, print debugging is so stupid. Like, I only ever do this when I don't have a better system. I only ever do this when, like, I can't use a debugger because something's in a dumb sub process. I haven't tried attaching the remote PDB debugger to these sub processes, but I don't think that works. I think Wanby just eats it if you have like a breakpoint. I don't even know what they're doing to achieve that, but I mean, I guess I could technically try it. Maybe I'll do that next. If I don't get it from this, I'll do that next. I'll see if I can attach a remote debugger. I only do that when things are really bad. Okay, we have it right here. So loaded model 0, loaded 1 models, and then it breaks after that, right? Paths.pop, checkpoint dir checkpoint. What? String cannot be interpreted. Oh. What's the syntax for this? Is it remove? I guess it's remove, right? Pop is the index, remove is a value. Range object index out of range. Okay. Freaking debugging. Sample. After sampling 8 opponents. Num models less than num opponents. This is supposed to be num opponents, right? No, num models. K equals num opponents. Very weird. Can I just make like a little... Hold on. Let's just do if name dir checkpoint model o pt. Yeah, streaming on Saturday because I'm off next week, Monday through whenever the hell. So I'm streaming today. Welcome. I think that after this I have to do some maintenance. I posted here. If you want to see something utterly ridiculous. This is my desktop at the moment. Whoops. Yeah, this is my desktop at the moment. Engine Simulator has... I don't know what you're referring to. Up. There. Fuck. Hold on. We'll explain in a second. Jesus. All right. So that was the fan that you see in the picture falling, and me having to readjust it. It is sitting in front of a broken CPU fan. The fan that I'm using currently has a blade snapped off, so it jitters all about, and it's really hard to keep in place, and I'm out of zip ties. So yeah, I'm gonna need to get a new CPU fan before I stream again. But we're making do. I don't know about this engine simulator that you're referencing. You can link it if you'd like. I don't know, maybe Twitch will allow it, or you just tell me what to Google. Um, yeah. Let's see if this works. See if I get any errors out of this. Okay, so checkpoints. A little bit ELO. It's well. Let's just do this. Perfect. So I actually can debug this. So range object index out of range. Wait. How is this empty? This should not be able to be empty. There should be a random file in here at least. Oh, I have an idea. Engine Simulator is a super hyper physics sim for engines, solid mechanics, and fluid mechanics. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know how that works. That's cool though. Not exactly what I do. I do lower fidelity but super high throughput work. So instead of like being able to try to like model a very small slice of time of like a very realistic thing very accurately, I try to like make a game run a million FPS or whatever so we can use it for RL data. It's so obnoxious how this is. Why don't we just do this? This is fine. This is easy. Okay. There we go. Not getting loaded correctly for some reason. Very weird. Ah, I see. We're just hacking this together for now to get the experiments working. It's very difficult to think of like a general purpose way to add this really complicated and hyper specific feature in, um, without adding complexity to like the whole rest of pufferlib. So what I have here is like at least I only have to add like a few lines of like garbage to the main file, and then the rest of it lives here and it's single purpose. I have come up with ways in the past of like kind of trying to do this even during training, but it was just so much extra overhead and complexity. I don't know, maybe we'll come up with better ways to do this in the future, but this is reasonable for now. So, does this run? Yeah, so we have this looks good. Does it get stuck anywhere? This looks like it's running. QDNN status is weird. I don't like that. There we go. There are their victories. Taking a while. Taking quite a while, actually. I don't like that. We're using GPU. It says we're using GPU, right? Something's weird that it's taking like that long. We also are getting pure radiant victories. No, something's weird. Mm, still going. It bothers me that these are all Radiant victories. I guess it is versus a random opponent. Okay, and then we mess up there, right? Fine. So it's not mine. It's Elo's of is it checkpoint? Checkpoint. Here, this should be. Let's see that. Have you ever used AMD GPUs? Nope. I like pain and suffering, but I don't like that much pain and suffering. Thus far, AMD has been speedrunning like completely irrelevant GPU market, and making it pretty damn hard to even think about using their hardware for anything AI. Their CPUs are still good, and after Intel's latest debacle, they're back on the map for that, but not for GPUs. I would not recommend getting them if you like doing ML. It's really not worth it. Weird how slow this thing is. I would expect this to be like way faster, right? It was faster on my local box, actually, so something's got to be wrong, right? Let's see. Model M's games. Oh, you know what it probably is? It's probably just that it takes way longer to play the games because these models are not very good. That's probably it. We'll set it to fewer on this one, so we don't have to keep debugging for this long. Checkpoint. And then we'll just go games. Yeah, let's just do num games 16. First 16 games to finish should be much faster. All right, there you go. There you go. So this now does work. Let's see if it works inside of a sweep. What do we think? Mode sweep carbs. And MOBA. Back multi. And we're going to see whether we actually start getting some results. Now, these are kind of dummy runs, so we're not going to expect anything crazy. but maybe there's something here. I see we've got a lot of folks on YouTube at the moment, so welcome. Pretty slow-paced dev stream today. I'm just fixing this ELO evaluation system so that we can have these agents here actually ranked. So we can rank all the different bots that we're training, and we can understand which hyperparameters and which settings are best for training these miniature MOBA bots. This project is free and open source. It is all available on Pufferlib, currently in the dev branch. I'll link it in the chat. And if you do like any of my work, you can support it for free just by starring the repository. It helps me out a whole ton. Back to dev. Okay, so we have to update a few things. This metric is wrong. Total levels gained. Right? But we need a way to log. We need a way to log ELO, don't we? Yeah, we definitely need a way to log ELO. So we're still getting this error here. So we'll have to fix that. But I don't think how I want to log ELOs for this. So here we have, we want this to be environment/elo. I think how we log this before we close wand B. Right? Yeah, because otherwise it won't show up nicely on the sweep, right? That's a little disappointing. So in order to get this to show up, but we need to do this thing before .close. I really don't want to have to pass in ELO here, but I think we have to, right? I think we have to do ELO inside of train. Not the worst thing in the world, but it does require us to reconfigure a few things. Yeah. Just do ELOs is none. Okay. And then this is fine. Instead of policy here, this is not going to return the policy. This is just going to return ELO. And then if emb name is ELO, we'll just do observed value equals ELO. It can't be returned earlier than that, I don't think. Oh. We can make this even easier, can't we? Because the target metric is going to be ELO. So all we have to do is we don't even have to return it. We do have to return ELOs, though. And then ELOs is ELOs, like this. Yeah. And then this is going to go down into train. And it'll go right around here. Let's actually put this here, maybe. because we want it to be before you close this environment. Carbs.exp.id. I don't like that we have exp.id. Args of exp.id. Env name plus UUID 4. This is... Oh, I know what I can do. I know how to cheat it. So env name is MOBA. What we can do... exp n equals len elos. Exp n. Alright, so that actually does work. And now what we can do is we save the policy here. We import this calc elos. We calc the elo here. And then calc elo. This is elos. We're going to return elos. And then what we do is stats of elo is going to be equal to elo model name. And we do have to do wonb.log. And we'll see whether this works. We're going to start by testing this with train. So we can debug from here a little bit first. And then hopefully we'll have this into sweeps quite soon. And the goal is that we should be able to get a chart that shows for all of our experiments elos, and then we want elos to go up over time as we run more and more experiments and they become longer and longer. And this will be sort of a total black box optimization in some sense, because the hyperparameter search algorithm is only going to see what it recommends as hyperparameters and what elos come out. I also forgot to decrease the train time. So we're going to do total train time steps should be like 5 mil. That will be done in a second. None type has no attribute len. Right, because I didn't. Okay. Try this. Okay, it's actually loading. Let's see if it works. Now step this. What? Hey, Bet, how you doing? Welcome back. We've had catastrophic hardware failure while you were away. This is a piece of one of the fans from my desktop. Ah. Yeah. Box 4 and Box 7 are getting shipped back. Were any puffers harmed? No puffers were harmed. What is happening here? Oh, there it is. It is running the games. Just got stuck. It's funny, it takes a really long time to run these games. I should probably add a timeout of some sort. Yeah, I should add a timeout of some sort. No puffers harmed. I don't know what it is. More than like anything else, when people see pufferfish, they're like, "Oh, I should like grab the pufferfish and take it out of the water." And just leave the puffers alone. They're very friendly. Intentionally weighted Radiant? Nope. I have no idea why Radiant is biased to win. I assume it's because this model has at least been trained a little bit. It's hard to say. No, there you go. There is a dire victory. Well, you kind of can do whatever you want, but like, why bother hurting a nice puffer? We'll see if whether this finishes. Yeah. Okay, there is a second dire victory, so my guess is it's probably somewhat biased in the favor of Radiant, but also like these models are being trained somewhat. It doesn't take very much to tip the game balance very strongly. Like literally if just once in a while you run down mid and the other team doesn't, you're always going to win. You'll win like every game. We'll add a timeout here for sure. What do we think? 3 minutes for evals? This is fine. Is a model learning over games? No. The heck? Oh, this is my local, isn't it? Yeah, we're good. $180. We'll set a 3-minute timeout for these games. I've not looked at the code. Dire's making a comeback. Well, they're not being trained live, so I don't know what's happening here. I assume it's just the games that were quicker because the Radiant did something good. But I'm using the chess, like the chess MMR, so the goal is that we initialize the policy, like the elo pool, with a random policy that has 1000 elo, and then you do a experiment, and then the final model from that experiment gets evaluated against the random one for a bunch of games, and it gets assigned an elo score based on that. The random policy stays locked to 1000, and then we do another experiment, and it's evaluated against both of the original policies, and they both stay locked, but then the new one gets rated, and so on and so forth. And then what this should enable is this should basically enable us to do hyperparameter tuning that actually makes sense, because we will actually have a metric, a reasonable metric. And technically, once we do this, what I'll do is I'll make a couple small changes, and then we'll be able to run this over checkpoints from an individual training run. So basically, we will be able to log elo over the course of training for like a really long run, and we'll be able to see if we're making stable improvements over the whole course of training or not. And the goal with this will be to get it to the point where we are continuing to make good, stable improvements over the entire course of training. And then it will just be a matter of like, find good hyperparameters, do a little bit of game balance, modify the network a little, do a little bit of featureization, whatever, until we have policies that actually play the game reasonably well. Mind you, we have a massive data advantage here with how fast this thing is. So as soon as we have like the basic metrics in place, we really don't have to think very hard. Like, you just automate everything and run every single experiment because it's that fast. Timeout is definitely going to be helpful here. And then we pit it against Dota. We actually are going to be training on a comparable number of games to the original paper. Isn't that crazy? They had 1000 GPUs, we have 1 GPU. But we have tiny little models and really, really fast environments. Whereas they had like a much bigger model and also like way slower environments. None type has no attribute log. Well, let's set the timeout really low so that we don't have to wait that long again. Even 30 seconds is fine. I think you need to do dash dash track. Or, yeah, you probably need to do dash dash track, right? Well, I just wanted to do it locally, but I forgot that I had the logging built in. Y'all will have to tell me if I've broken anything in dev by adding this, but this is very important for the MOBA to add. It's such an obnoxious piece of single-purpose code as well. It didn't finish the games, it just didn't get any scores because we didn't run it very long. But let's see if the elo got logged. That's the main thing that matters. No data. There should be something here, right? Okay, there is actually. Right here, 1000 it gets logged. Yeah. Right, so here we return this, and then we'll run the sweep to see. We'll run the sweep with a timeout of still 30 because I think there's still a bug in it, right? Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, we don't need this. So I think I can run it with 60. Bug in what? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We got it. All right. Cannot access ELOs. Okay. Well, that's obnoxious, right? It's so weird that, like, why is it that you can use... I can use this, but I can't use ELOs? Are you not allowed to assign to it? Oh, yeah, you're not allowed to assign to it. I think we can do elos.update. Yeah, that works. Really, really, really obnoxious. Yeah, but what happens is if you assign to a global inside of a loop, like inside of a function, it becomes a local. Isn't that fun? Yeah, you think I remember how, like, every little thing that I use infrequently in Python works? I remember how every little thing works. It's very funny, like, I've seen people saying that, like, some devs saying, oh, you should get really, like, whatever your main language is, you should get really, really good at it. Like, you should know all the ins and outs and all the language features. Um, but I actually disagree. I think that you really don't need to give a shit too much about the language details. Like, stop using all the fancy things. You do not need the fancy things. You really need a pretty small set of tools that are going to be available in any language. Like, you're just finding more foot guns. I think I'm going to take like a day or two off next week in the later in the week to just try jamming some C. See how I like just doing a little bit of programming in base C. Just for fun. Because I bet it's not going to be that bad. Like, I pretty much, the way I write stuff in Python is pretty similar as is. It's like, I don't use a lot of language features. C++, you will never get me to write. I just categorically refuse to write C++. It's a terrible language. What's wrong with C++? Um, Lots of modern stuff, like a huge kitchen sink of modern stuff bolted onto C in like the clumsiest way possible with the maximum number of possible foot guns. Yeah, you can completely just write in C, but when you say C++, like you assume that you're dealing with C++ code bases, which means you have to deal with C++ programmers who use all the shitty features. Okay, let's see if this worked. Okay, so we're not getting elos for some reason. Might fuck around and learn some Scratch next week. You're funny. He's memeing. Learn some Scratch. Oh wait, we have elos here. We got elos. They're not showing up here for some reason. Environment slash elo, right? Hmm. Do we have to log them with like the agent IDX or something? Elos are just pretty. You want to know how you know you've been coding too much? I had a dream last night that I discovered that Rust was actually a great programming language as long as you write everything in unsafe mode. And then I looked it up, and it's even worse if you write everything in unsafe mode. uh, well, I thought it was going to just be like, C with some extra features and really good tooling, right? That's what I was thinking it would be. And it ends up being like a complete nightmare. I still might try Zig. I don't know. Does Zig transpile to raw C? I have to check. Because whatever I write, if I can write stuff in C, I can compile it for WebAssembly, which is really nice. That was one of the big motivations. Okay, so these are interesting. I don't know why this does not get logged as the thing. It's kind of weird that this doesn't get logged. Like, I have values here. Why do they not get logged? Environment slash elo, right? Environment slash elo. And these get all set to null, even though they're logged. Let me see if I'm doing something wrong. Yeah, want to be. I really don't see anything that I'm doing wrong here. Data.1b.log. Does it want me to have like an axis or something? Read the docs? What docs? Maybe it's this. This doesn't seem to affect sweeps. Unless the jobs are dying. Are the jobs dying? No, I don't see anything dying, right? But I also don't see, finished calculating ELO for model4.pt. There's one process. We're good. That's not it. Model 2. Hmm. 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 I think I have to call reset a second time as well on the environments to make this more accurate, so it doesn't randomize all the starting configurations. That could be the reason for some of the inaccuracies. But I still don't know why it's not logging. I see it in the sweep. I see it in the sweep as the weird thing. Let me check. Wait, I'm just logging ELO, right? Hold on. Am I dumb? I think it's because I'm dumb. Hold on. Yeah, it's because I'm dumb. Let's do it like this, and then set. Zig has some lit features on paper. Can you run it online? I actually saw some stuff with the memory allocators that would be really useful for us. But the thing is, like, just fundamentally, it's not a smart idea to, like, to write the environments in Zig or C or anything, right? It's, like, so much easier for people to contribute them in Python. Like, it actually, I've been getting people so excited, right, about, like, writing ultra high perf environments because it's easy, right? If I say, yeah, but you have to write them in raw C, that's no longer fun. So I was thinking I could just do it for, like, specific rendering front ends. Run Zig compiler in a browser. Is that like run Python in a browser, or is that like actually good, like good support? Is a question. Zig is not faster than C. Okay, so let's see if this actually gives us the sweep data we want. Zig C Wasm. Yeah. We'll see how much I actually care about the features it gives. All right, environment slash elo. Oh, look at that. That's really nice. What do we give it? Like 180 seconds or something to evaluate? It's probably decent. I don't need to sandbox Zig stuff. I'll just download it and set it up to try it. But I don't think I'm going to be doing Zig next week, at least to start. I'm going to just be doing some C. Okay. So let me start this. We'll start this sweep. And let's see if this runs. And if so, we will be in a good spot. Shoot, I want to go make a shake, but I'm actually afraid that this fan is going to fall while I'm gone. And then my computer's going to overheat. Isn't that ridiculous? What happened with the fan? Well, the CPU fan just stopped working, so I had to put just like a case fan in front of it, and there's not really a good way to secure it. So it keeps falling out. And if it falls over, like within 30 seconds, the box will be at 90 plus C. So it's been pretty stable for the last little bit. Yeah, it turns out a CPU fan is not necessary. You can just take a case fan and put it in front of the CPU fan, and that actually works. Yeah, I can same day one, but the thing is I still have to install it, which is like... I'm going to order one after this stream, and I'm going to install it like next week or whatever. Well, I need to find like a nice little mini ITX fan. Because it's a mini ITX thing. It's in like I got like the Razer mini ITX case because it looked cool. It's nice. I actually really like the case. Yeah, I think it's going to be somewhat of a stupid process, unfortunately. Okay, here's what's going to happen right now. So I'm going to go use the restroom. I'm going to check back in to make sure that this thing is not breaking. I'm going to go make my shake. So it's going to take a total of just a few minutes. And then what we're going to do, if this is working, we'll make sure I haven't broken anything else. We'll commit this up, and that'll be set on the MOBA for the time being. And we will look at a few other things around Pufferlib and maybe do a few other fixes. And I'll just think about a few other things to like that we can do over the next little bit for Puffer. Um, of course, if it's not working, then we'll have to fix it. But I'll be back in a few, and then we'll keep going from there. Hopefully, if the stream goes down, it's because of the stupid case fan, and I will be back once I fix it. Be right back. So far, so good. All right. We survived. All right, we got looks like some runs. Gained a view. Just watching experiments. Welcome. Okay, so this is fun. Look at this. So this puts us at 1400 elo here. And this is just evaluated versus the random baseline. So there's a precise interpretation of that. I believe it is roughly... That's roughly like a 95% win rate, I believe, versus the baseline, is what that means. Of course, it's a noisy estimate, but that's what it is. And then everything from here will be evaluated relative to both this and the random baseline. So if we look at the environment here, we can see, let's just do step agent steps. So we can see here that this is like a slow takeoff thing. And now this second policy, oh wait, the blue one is the first one, right? Yeah. So the blue one here has this nice Dyer level curve. And we also get towers taken in blue, and then we have more towers being taken here by red. Reward death is going down. We have all sorts of stats. We see that this one is going much more aggressively towards the enemy base. And we see all these stats, but the thing is we can't actually interpret all of these very well on their own. Because like, oh, it's getting very high reward, but actually the hyperparameter search is controlling its reward weights. It sets its own reward weights. And it's a competitive game as well, so, you know, it's against a fixed opponent. So really the only way that we have in order to understand this is ELO. And ELO is very hard to evaluate. I just spent all day, right, figuring this out. So now we have a way to evaluate ELO relatively efficiently. Only adds a few minutes per training run to do this, at least to some reasonable extent. It plays like 128 games or up to that number, however many it can do in 3 minutes of rollout time. And hopefully we should actually see now over time what hyperparameters are truly better based on the ELO that they produce. So very nice results. I wish I could come up with a more general way of adding this as a feature to Puffer without making a mess of things. But really, this is like a complicated thing that's going to take a while to figure out how to do more generally. For now, though, we'll just not make any more pure competitive games like this until we can do that. We'll do more just like interesting cooperative and single player games. Single player or like cooperative multiplayer or like, you know, non-zero sum multiplayer games. I tried. I made an ELO wrapper before. It worked, but it was complicated and it was a pain in the ass. Like it added an extra layer to debug through that just sucked. So I think this is fine. We'll see whether it results in stable training or not. It needs to be tailored to the end. I mean, it shouldn't. We should be able to have a general way of doing it, but it was amusing. There's way too much slop on Twitter these days. Way too much slop. All right. Let's commit all this stuff and then we'll figure out what to do. You can tell me if I broke anything in dev, bet I'll try to fix it quick. Cool. So we now have this fixed. I guess it would not be a bad... Today's Friday. It's not a bad day for me to just, like, go through some ideas for what I want to do next with Puffer and evaluate from here. Check Gen 1 Pokemon for potential. Is this the action space bug? Or is this, let me see. So latent to run. Vec Env receive. What the hell? Let me think. Cannot reshape. I don't know how that happens so late into a run. Yeah, I don't know how that would happen though, right? I don't have any way of doing that immediately. Well, let me check a couple things and then we'll do some I'll do some thinking about loud. Well, the thing is, even if it is his code, like there should be it shouldn't fail there. So even if he fixes it, I'd like to know like what error message or warning I can put. What the heck is going on in general with Puffer? PufferCon. 1 mil steps per second, yeah. Okay. Well, here's what we're gonna do, folks. Let's figure out what we're gonna do next with Puffer. Because I've kind of been stuck lately. I'm gonna be honest. It's a good reason to be stuck. We're like 90% of the way there with all the Puffer info. 90% of the way there. The main thing is that we need... Okay. I'll look at that after I finish my current train of thought. So, the main thing with Puffer, right, is like the plan is that in order to support the whole set of things that I want to do next, right? Build lots of environments super quickly. Run lots of experiments, right? Get lots of interesting behaviors learned, build from there. What we need is very fast, easy to use, and guaranteed correct hyperparameter tuning. We basically need a workflow where it's like implement environment, run command, and 100 to 1,000 experiments pop up and solve the environment and give you the optimal set of hyperparameters and all sorts of additional information you might want. And we're going to want to have pre-tuned baselines for all the new environments. So Atari is now fast enough that we can do that, though they do take a little while to run. The MOBA is fast enough to do that, though we're going to have to do some environment side dev as well, I'm sure. It's, still a project underway. Snake is pretty much set. And we have like the grid M's and a few others as well. And I guess the thing that's holding it back the most at the moment is just the fact that we're like 90% of the way there on hyperparam tuning, not 100%. One thing that's really rough is not having carbs native with WandB. That really sucks. Once Cortex is established, do you see Puffer becoming the best-in-class open-source RL MZoo? Yeah, that's the goal. That is the goal. As well as providing the tech to make those fast environments actually useful, right? If you throw any of these environments through Gymnasium Vec, you lose 90% of that performance you just worked so hard to get, because the Vec implementation sucks. Probably eventually people, if Meta keeps investing into TorchRL, probably people will want to use a lot of these M's from TorchRL, maybe having ported some of our features, which is fine. I don't particularly care if that's what people want to do, as long as people know that the M's and the tech comes from Puffer. We'll see. I'm not really motivated to make that happen early because I don't know, I'm just incredibly biased against the style of big tech engineering. It just makes it incredibly difficult as a single individual to like get stuff done quickly. So I like the way Puffer's doing everything for now. Anyone can bind whatever env and they care and go burr. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I've been trying to make it really nice, and it has very active support. It has the best support of any env out there. Like there's no other library where you can literally just like come by stream, which is constantly, and have stuff be fixed live. How am I now just hearing about TorchRL? Because it's new. It's a relatively new project. And it's like, I haven't used it personally yet. Like, I think that they're building it well, but in a style that I don't particularly like. It's kind of like SB3 or RLlib, where it's like, it's big tech, it's very much big tech. Lots of like swappable modules and stuff, but no easy way to actually just, show me the code, let me do what I want. Which I think RL is going to need until it gets more mature. Like the flexibility and just the ease of doing whatever in Puffer is just too good. Is it as fast? Of course not. No way. Nothing matches Puffer. They don't have our Vec. They can't. There's basically no way to be faster than Puffer without doing asynchronous training, like using a different algorithm. Yeah, I mean, people can implement our Vec optimizations if they want. Um, I don't really care as long as people know that they came from Puffer or whatever. Like, really, the only thing I care about is like, I mean, it's all open source for a reason, right? The only thing I care about is that like Puffer delivers enough excellent software that companies are going to want to have support contracts with us, right? Because that's what allows me to continue doing this. So as long as people don't just steal our stuff without crediting us, we'll probably like always be in a place that we're going to be able to do that. But we do need some rev. We'll be starting on that process soon. TensorDict. Yeah, TensorDict is really good. I've been talking with the dev of that a whole bunch. It's not quite there yet. You can't write a PPO training script in less than 100 lines of code. That's not true. TensorDict is still missing a few things. It will be able to be used in a very similar way to Puffer, but I don't think that they should have done making the whole thing use torch tensors end to end is a little bit odd to me. I think it's much more general and simpler to have the whole thing use NumPy, and then at the very end you can just swap from NumPy to torch to TensorDict without copying. Of course, it's meta. They're going to want to have the whole stack be their stuff, right? Like their TensorDict is basically my emulation layer, right? But like my emulation layer is implemented in like it's like 100 some odd lines of NumPy. It's very, very simple. It's not like a massive project to do all of it, right? Like TensorDict for usage in RL, the place that I would suggest adding it would be uh right before you put the data into the model, probably. You would like right before the data goes into the model or like gets onto the GPU, you would convert it from NumPy to TensorDict without copying. And then you just .CUDA that like one raw array. But yeah, you cannot write a PPO training script in less than 100 lines. I don't know if it's faster. They'll probably match speed eventually if they implement the same features. It's a heck of a lot less code, though. Like, the thing is, the 100 lines of code is not an honest 100 lines of code, right? That's like using a lot of their very high-level primitives. Like, CleanRL is an honest 300 lines of code is PPO. PyTorch, I'll show you. Sure. I don't even have to look at it to know, though. Because there's just no way. Sync data collector, replay buffer, tensor storage, sampler without replacement, probabilistic actor. That like look at all this stuff. Clip PPO loss. This is not an honest 100 lines of code. This tells you nothing. Like this actually tells you absolutely nothing about what's happening, right? And like the design of it is not bad. Right? This is not a bad design, especially as RL gets more mature. But at the moment for me this is way too high level. Because this is like the Swiss watch, right? Everything is great until something goes wrong and then you have absolutely no recourse. Right? As soon as something goes wrong, you have absolutely no recourse because everything is buried. Oh, I have every idea. Yeah. Like, honestly, this is probably the best of the high-level frameworks I've seen. So they're doing good work. Like, they have smart people working on this. They're actually doing good work. Um, but this is just not a mode that I can work in, right? Like, this just, like, doing stuff this high level is just not a mode that I work in. This is very frameworky. It'll be better than SB3, and they'll get better performance, and they'll have better support for stuff, I'm sure. But, I mean, it's gonna come at the price of them having at least 10 times more code than Puffer. I mean, they've got 134 contributors on this. And, like, they have a decent number of main contributors as well. You can see. Like, they've actually got a decent number of people on this. At least 4 or 5. Yeah, it's kind of Keras-like. I mean, I'm sure that companies will like it. And the thing is, if companies want to use Torch RL, that's fine by me, right? We're still going to have utilities for them with Puffer. And if you want, like, extra stuff, we're still going to be able to make good stuff from it. Yeah, Puffer fits right in. It's fine. Basically, as long as I actually really don't care what happens with everything, as long as Puffer can get revenue and I can keep building this type of stuff, right? I think we'll be fine. Look at this. Like, basically, the only thing that has to happen for RL to be able to keep moving forward and for me to be able to keep scaling this is for, you know, enough people to want to pick this type of stuff up, to see this stuff is useful, that we can get more machines, put together some open source bounties, and eventually, you know, hire a couple of people full time, and we'll be set. This is so nice. Look at this. You can just see right here, like, where these metrics look good, these ones tell you specifically, hey, this thing has like a 95% win rate versus these. Would you work for Meta? I don't know if I would be useful there. Honestly, like, I should not be put in charge of like a Fang style project like that, right? My style of work is a lot scrappier. Like, I'm very good at doing like small to mid scale, like very scrappy projects. Like, I can do a ton with a few thousand lines of code. That's the main competency I have. See ya. Future on premise. We are going to have a bigger cluster. That is in the plans. We're going to at least have to start, we're going to get a 50 node cluster. That's going to require roughly $250,000 in revenue, though. A little more. I don't have $250,000 in tax write-offs. No, actually it doesn't. Right. Yeah, it's totally fine. $250,000 we'll be able to get the cluster. And that'll basically be hardware for about 3 years. This is very good, the way this is working. We're gonna have to check the models for these and see if the models are any good. Yeah, fix RL. Honestly, we're already fixing RL. We are honestly already fixing RL. It's so close. So, I mean, I guess the last thing I was trying to figure out, maybe we'll figure this out today, is the config system. I'm not changing it anymore, don't worry about that. I just have to figure out how I'm going to handle different configs for different environments in the same suite. No, don't worry, it's not anything crazy. I'm trying to think if I want to add... I really just want to be able to add like a defaults file into the folders. Young's PR? Oh. Okay. Wait, there's no way this is blocking him from working on his project. He can just edit the line of code, right? And I don't have this tested for everything else. Here, I'll YOLO merge it for now because his stuff is usually tested. Kyung usually doesn't break stuff. Kyung actually breaks stuff a lot less frequently than I do. This one I'm not merging. Where's that guy's thing? Fix vectorization? Oh. Well, I don't have a concrete thing. Like I don't know why that's happening. What? This? Um self.observation. Does this work? Isn't this an old commit? When is this from? Does this work? I don't see how this works. And fought some errors. I don't know what this is fixing. Like, if there's a specific error this solves, I'll look at it for sure. Until then, I'm gonna just look at the configuration. If I have something more specific, I'll do this. Good progress on Twitter this week. Almost at 4,300. I fixed the creation. I fixed the creating two M's thing. That's been fixed for a while. Again, the Twitter is not just popularity contest. The Twitter is literally, I don't have to do marketing because Twitter exists. When you look at it that way, it's really, really valuable. All right, we've bored everybody to death here. So let me figure out some configuration stuff. Let me figure out the configuration stuff. Okay, so here, args.default config. Recursive equal to true. Let me see what this does. I think I'm going to be able to just add like 2 lines here, right? All I really want to do is load a config if there's one in the same directory. How do I do this cleanly? I think this is it. What did I do wrong here? I think this is it. List. This will do it if I can finish this. This will have everything. Not list. Yeah, I know it returns a list. I just thought that join could take that. I thought join was that flexible. So here's the thing with battling OS, right? It's gonna feel like that now. If you keep programming, in 5 years it's gonna feel trivial. And it's like these are not the demons we fight. You want to see demons? We fight real demons. All right? We fight real demons. There is absolutely a reason I say like RL needs an exorcism. These are some demons. No, load a config file, not real demons. Design a config system that doesn't suck. Real demons. Real demons. Does it need to be starred? Would you use it if it were in Rust? Well, it would need to have Python bindings, right? And there's really not much point of doing it in Rust. It's like the least performance sensitive portion of a code base imaginable. Pufferlib does need to be starred. That is not optional. If you're watching this and you have not starred Pufferlib, what are you doing? Star the puffer. It's all I ask. It helps me out so much. Alright, this is a little silly, but it's kind of fine. How long we've been online? 6.5 hours? Not bad. We've been doing things. Uh. Subconfig default ini is not what we wanted here. The goal is for it to be the subconfig, right? Oh, it's just because that's fine. Mm-hmm. Look at that. So this does not work arbitrarily deep. There's not arbitrarily deep nesting support, but this is good for now. This will allow me to do what I want to do. And for now, for the price of like adding 5 lines of code to demo.py and not making too much of a mess, I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with that. This is the Zen of code. All right. I'm very happy about that. Did we hit the 4300? Not yet. Cog. Mm-mm. I don't know. It's really just not worth publishing these days for me with the way that this has been. I still have to do the puffer rebuttal. I don't feel like doing that right now, though. Maybe I'll write that one tomorrow. In the meantime, why don't we just chill out and, what's the puffer rebuttal? We have to do a rebuttal for pufferlib. It was actually, of the 3 papers for NeurIPS, it reviewed the highest. We got a 6, 6, and 3. I don't know how you give puffer a 3, but we had 6, 6, and 3. Yeah, I know. Yes, 3 out of 10. Very confident, clear reject. Yeah, I know. It's like insane, right? It's like, how do you release something where it's like, yeah, this just speeds up the entire field? It's like, nah, it's not useful. I swear on stream, but the auto mod might kick you from the Twitch. Ah. Well, I think that yeah. I think the only thing I am not allowed to have, I think there are technically certain things that I'm required to moderate due to toss. Other than that, whatever. Yeah, there are circles of hell reserved. Yeah, I know. Um, let's chill out and do some cool Atari stuff. So this is gonna be really nice. So now we have all these files, right? Let's copy atari.ini to default.ini. Okay. And now we have all these environments, yeah? All of these environments. And we get to set some nice reasonable defaults for things. I think all of these are going to be gone. But then essentially what this will allow us to do is to remove a whole bunch of this stuff from the other ones. Atari Beam Rider. We don't need policy name or RNN name, I don't believe. I think these are inherited. And we should not need any of these other parameters either. We would only need the batch size, the mini batch size, BPT horizon. Total time steps can stay. And then all these. And then the cool thing is that we can get rid of all this. Isn't that nice? And get rid of all of that. This is the Zen. Look how nice that is. Just the params we need. Pong. Atari, name Pong. Not need any of this. We will take total time steps and batch size. Qbert. Time steps. And this is what I've been trying to do for months with Atari, is to just have it be this nice. Now, if we could get these files exported from sweeps automatically, that would be even nicer. But that's like a relatively minor thing, right? I'll save to .ini. Slightly annoying collecting the best. Yeah, it is a little annoying. And it does introduce the opportunity to have errors in manual copying for sure. But I would also have to add a substantial amount of code, I would think, right? Maybe not. Maybe there's an easy way to save .inis. Needed throughput. Well, you only have to save one per giant sweep, usually, right? So that's definitely on the docket, right? But this is the higher priority thing for sure, is being able to do this. So we can actually have some nice things. Okay, we do not need any of this anymore, right? We also have to remove some of these M's. Oops. Breakout Qbert so that they don't get detected here. Beamrider breakout Pong. We didn't get Enduro. Let's go do Enduro. We should have lots of sweeps to go look at. How's this one going? These ones are not so good. But these are random hyperparameters at the start. So some will be better, some will be worse. It's very cool to see, though, isn't it? These elo graphs. Like, this has got to be a good policy. It would be very difficult for it not to be. Like, this means that it has won games versus the other policies. It's the ultimate performance metric. And unfortunately, we have to go way back down to here. Convergence, specifically for spaces. All the probe environment should be like 0.95 plus. Definitely 0.9. Process. That's good. This is Space Invaders? No, Sequest. Batch size 32K. BPT horizon of 4. Clip coefficient. Eight. Reasonable lambda. Very reasonable gamma. Oops. Gotta be careful not to write them in the wrong spots. Gamma. Learning rate. Nice thing is that these are going to take less than an hour to validate. Max gradient norm. Mini batch size of 2048. Fast is nice, yeah. These are very fast. Update epochs is 4. That's very awkward that they use 4 update epochs. Very low value function clip coefficient is also very weird. Means it's making very aggressive updates to things. Technically, we should be able to see correlations and such. We'll look at those later. All right, this is it. Oh, frame skip? We should check the env parameter for frame skip. It's 4. I don't know if it's actually getting used correctly because it's always 4. Yes, sir, back again. How are the elos looking, bro? I'll show you. Not this one. So we have this sweep running right now. It's been running for an hour. It has 9 completed runs. We have all sorts of curves. And we have elo graphs. These are randomly sampled hyperparameters. After the first 14 or 16 experiments or so, we'll start using probabilistic estimates to pick better and better ones. But it takes a good couple hours to go through some random samples first to try to make some estimates. But yeah, this is running, I mean, you can see the step lengths here, 250 mil. So this is running at, I don't know, well over 1 billion training steps per hour. And the ELO evaluations, they add 3 minutes flat per experiment at most. It's not bad. That's pretty cool. We also just made some nice fixes to the configuration system that's going to allow us to have very, very nice Atari baselines. Holy shit, 1 billion steps per hour, at least. Bare minimum. I think that's an underestimate. I mean, once we get this thing fully optimized, it should be close to about 3 billion steps per hour. That's on one GPU as well. Puffer is fast. Puffer is very, very fast. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't think I could legitimately, like, fix this entire field, right? Like, this is what I'm working on full-time, having graduated, instead of taking a job elsewhere, right? Like, I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't think we could just have this huge, massive impact on the field in a very short amount of time. That's meta change? Yes, that's the point. It's actually meta changing. And here's the cool thing. That is going to be the standard for all environments in reinforcement learning going forward. You know why? Because I'm implementing tons and tons of environments from scratch, and I know how to get 1 million steps per second minimum on all of them for simulation, and minimum 500K for training on all of them. And automated hyperparameter tuning over the entire thing. You can launch hundreds of jobs. You can run tens and tens of billions of steps worth of experiments per day per GPU with high quality hyperparam search that's better than anything that most people are using now. This is the future of RL right here. That's why I started streaming, right? It's because like this is like watch the future of RL just being built live. This is based on a specific GPU, 4090. It's a high-end card, but it's no H100. I'll show you where they're running. I think you've seen this, right? Here's where all my experiments are running. So, I mean, it's a nice little cluster, but this is literally like a few desktops on a rack in a garage. It's not insane. Like this is nothing insane. Like if you're an enthusiast, you can totally afford one of these, right? If you're like actually somebody who really wants to do like research and stuff, you can totally buy one of these. They're $4,000 a piece, and you can get it down to 3 without losing too much. On-prem, yeah. We do it on-prem. We do it on-prem. We're about to release super high quality Atari baselines. Probably need to run some more sweeps to get them even better, but we're going to get some very nice high quality Atari environment sweeps. We got to just change, like, there are a few small tweaks I have to make to all this logic. It's 90% of the way there. Like to having like perfect automated everything sweeps. Really, I kind of shot myself in the foot with the Dota project because I forgot about ELO. I forgot we had to do ELO evals. So I built him now, but it's kind of like the least clean piece of code in Puffer now. It's kind of jank, but hey, it'll work. As long as I don't have to implement ELO as a general purpose feature for any env just yet, we're fine. Say, when the MOBA is completely working and learns well, can you apply the same controller to something like Dota 2? You can apply the same workflow and the same, like, everything else, but the thing is, you're still, at the end of the day, going to have to rerun a lot of the sweeps on the new env and, like, larger models and stuff, and those envs are like, those environments are so much slower. So, like, I would expect that if I wanted to do, like, OpenAI 5, this would save me probably at least like 70+ % of the money that I would spend trying to do OpenAI 5, I would save by like doing it on this smaller MOBA first, right? I'd save like the vast majority of the money. I would still have to do it up the full scale though eventually. But hey, it would save many, many millions of dollars. Not bad for like a few thousand lines of code that I've just written sitting here in my office. I'm happy with it. And we're nowhere near done yet. I'm not going anywhere. Well, except next week. I'm taking a few days off to run and then recover from running. And then I'll probably after that I'll stream some silly dev stuff, just trying some fun stuff out to see if anything sticks. And then I'll be back to the serious stuff. I don't know, I kind of want to try to like code some of the renderers that I wrote for these envs in C, because it would let me put them in WebAssembly and like share them online. I don't want to do that for a day or two, just to reset myself mentally. Other than that, though, not going anywhere. 4096 mini batch. 4 update epochs is a little awkward. Put this here, right? Yeah, I mean, if you like the work that you see here, right? It's pretty simple, right? Just help me promote it. Contribute some, like, cool M's. Just interact with the stuff. All helps. It all helps a ton. One of the things we're going to be doing in the next month or so as this becomes, like, fully automated, the hyperparameters tuning, is I'm going to focus on just making it a little bit easier to add custom M's. And then we're going to just hyperscale, like, crowdsourcing of simulators. It's like, hey, you want to do some pretty easy game dev and make some million FPS games for RL and learn a bunch of stuff in the process and get, be one of the contributors to this? That's what we're going to do. Do you have a cool, more explorative environment you want to build? Yeah. There's one that's not announced yet. That'll be soon. I will say it is of comparable magnitude to the MOBA, if not a little bit bigger. But there's more stuff I want to do after as well. There's much more stuff afterwards. I'm just trying to convince a bunch of researchers to, like, come hack on cool ends with me, basically. All right, this is good. Hey, and if you want to add any of these M's to Puffer, right? There's a template. You can basically do what the Snake M does, make it 1,000,000 steps per second, and we can add it as a useful env in Puffer if you'd like. You're free to add, authorship and whatever at the top, of course. Be credited on the main page, obviously. But we are definitely looking for contributions. We have obnoxious sounds going on outside. Breakout should be good. What happened? Oh, is this the Enduro sweep right here? Yeah, we're good. We'll use this one. Oh yeah, this is a good trick. I should do this. It should be... We should do wall time, right? Or relative process time versus... Yeah. So, like, look, we should do like this. This is the Pareto front. These are the Pareto optimal policies right here. We'll still take this one because it takes longer, but it's very good. We'll probably set like a cutoff of like, what, 30 minutes of training or something for Atari. We'll see. Burrito optimal. Burrito optimal. Yeah, I can definitely do better than this as well. I have to change a few things with cost. I have to set maximal cost values, I think, for the environment. We should be able to set the maximum cost to be like, hey, try not to recommend experiments that are going to be over half an hour. I swear, I'm actually 27 going on 80. How old and grumpy am I that, like, the thing that annoys me most outside of work is, like, children playing outside being loud? Like, actually so freaking jaded and grumpy. It's ridiculous. Frame skip 6. Okay, that's interesting. It actually set a different frame skip value. It's not even that. Like, it's that particular noise. Like, I pretty much just want there to be birds outside, and that's it. Grumpy old man here. Nah, man, I love birds are the best. Birds are great. Mhm. It's all right. You'll understand when you're older. uh, Oops. Gamma. Hmm. 6 update epochs is ridiculous. I'm kind of confused that it works that way. Though probably as we make improvements to the puffer code, it'll converge to more reasonable things. Definitely, though, this needs to be automated. This thing I'm doing right here definitely needs to be automated. I just don't want the extra 100 lines of code to be in puffer. All right. Well, these are the policies. Do we have 7 M's? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 7, yep. We have to just make sure C quest. You have to delete the ones that we have specials for. That's like the easiest way to screw up is to forget to delete these. Sequest, Enduro, Space, Invaders, Qbert, Pong, Breakout. Let's see. I think we're good. I think we are good. Yeah. Should we double check some of these? Because it's possible I messed some stuff up. Or we could just run a sweep. I guess on the other machine it would have to be, right? We also, let's just double check. Like, it shouldn't take that long, right? MOBA. Beam Rider. Oh, wait, these are the bad Beam Riders. Yeah, this is a good one. Probably this one is what we did. Frame skip 4. $65K batch. Yeah, this is definitely the one we used. Mini batch 1024. Update epochs. Yeah, very silly parameters. But this is what it says. Frame skip of 4, right? Yeah. Okay. Long. Probably fine. Oh. We're just gonna say that these are probably good. Oh, I didn't check the time steps. Do you have breakout somewhere? Yeah, here we are. I don't know which one we did. Well, I think we're fine. Let's save all of these. Cool. This is set. Anything else on the MOBA in the meantime? Have we any more runs? Whew. Look at that. 1800 MMR. I don't think that these are like perfectly true MMRs because the way we're updating is a little silly, but it's pretty close. These should be good policies for sure, at the least. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's did we get any results on GPU drive actually? I think I ran a sweep and then never looked at it, right? Oh yeah, we gotta flies none. Here. I think it's the blue ones, right? Yeah, so we've got to activate like 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, 22. Almost done. Oh, actually, I think that's plenty. Okay, so kind of. There were kind of some that worked, right? I think we really need better sweeps. This one's interesting. It's got high reward, not necessarily high goal achieved. This is the high perf GPU driving sim. We'll have to make some fixes to that later. I'm going to give them a little bit of time though because they're going to need to update a few things before I can run a proper hyperparam sweep. That's really the debug tool for this. Oops, not this Slack. Just make sure I don't have any messages from them. And then we'll run the Atari. We'll run the Atari M's. And we'll do a couple last things today. Cool. No, nothing from them. They're busy at RLC, the GPU drive env. It'll be a few more days until they're back. They'll be back. I'll be done with my run. They'll be good. Should be pretty large by now, right? Oh yeah, 150 stars already in a few days. Well done. All right, let's just go into the other box for at puffer box 1. Wrench. Wrench. Pull. Pip install. Sheet dot. And we're going to run the Atari baselines. And we'll see what our results are. And then we'll like allocate. It'll basically just be we'll have to allocate a box for a few days to get higher quality tune results, but for now this is a very nice starting point. Run baselines with Atari, demo, mode train, baseline, env. These ones have to be underscored now. Spec multiprocessing. I think these are all reasonable. Cannot import. Okay. There we go. Pong at 30K. Baseline done in 2 minutes. Let's make sure that we have something reasonable on the Wanby. So if I go to Puffer and I just uncomment this, uh-oh. Where is my experiment? Do I need to dash track with baseline? You shouldn't, right? Where's my run? You need to? I thought it was if you had baseline, you didn't need to. All right. It was already half trained in that time. It's okay. We'll have fixes coming in. But yeah, little fixes here and there will be made. I don't know why the search bar for this is already like... What the hell's wrong with my UI here? I don't know why it's filled in MOBA. Why is it not tracking? Demo, mode train, baseline track, and... that's weird, isn't it? Is Wanby like not logged in on this machine? It should be. Is there a filter? It should be registered by now, though. It says 2 hours ago. Did I break something? No, I don't see the baseline in here. I didn't break it. No, this is the other one running on the other machine. I didn't make a new project. Right? I didn't make like a GPU drive. No, I didn't. You do have, I do have dash dash track. See? Dash dash track. It's hard coded. Entities J Suarez, puffer lib. It's the same as I've been using forever. What's up with, it's gotta be the dash dash baseline param, right? Maybe I broke this. Track is true. So you shouldn't need this. Join. Init wand be. It does do weird stuff. args exp id. Puff version env name. Track is true. It'll only accept there being one of the same name. I see. It's supposed to overwrite. Let's see if I update wandb. Because it was already... There you go. It's just the wandb version is outdated. Why is it starting with breakout? Wait, Pong. It's Pong, not breakout. That's weird. Huh? Is this actually a breakout game? It's a breakout with Pong stats. No, this is breakout. So this is like, this got somehow saved from before. No, this is a minute ago. So it's not actually this. I bet it saves it now because I quit. And it should be puff-1-0 breakout. It's... Oops. Puff version env name. Let me go look at the 1.0 version to see where the discrepancy is. We'll fix this, and this will probably be like the last thing or close to the last thing today. It's 1.0, right? Any config migration really put a damper in stuff, right? Was needed, though. It's absolutely needed. Okay. So version is the same. exp id wandb group. Remove tree. Init wandb. args env name args exp id. Okay, that's different. Arg's name ID. And then this is arg's exp ID. Arg's name ID is none here. Arg's name ID. Something is different. You do not pass this. It appears you do not pass this. Let's see. I think I just have to swap I have to swap one thing. Be env name. I think it's like this. The D type is int 8. Yeah, no, the question for you was like, why doesn't it learn? Is it unpacking the data wrong or something? Oh, the ob space in it. The ob space in it, but you changed the ob space in it to be like float or something, didn't you? No, it should work with like the actual data types of the spaces. Otherwise, you're throwing away more memory. The whole point of that test was to make sure that that worked. If there's a bug in Puffer, there's a bug in Puffer. That guy mentioned there being weird shit with the torch PyTorch function, like the nativeized D type or whatever. But that's part of figuring this out. Okay, here we are. Puff 1.0 Pong. But wait, if I do this, is there going to be... I'm not going to be able to pull it down as... Am I going to be able to still pull this down? And use artifact. Oh yeah, no, it should work. Model name. Maybe. Why don't we go see? We'll see what it does. So, it's done yet? Why would only the D type int init or int? Probably because it's like there's something that's not handling non 4-byte data right or something. I don't know, man. Init. Yeah, go chase init. Go chase. He's a good to go chase data. It should end stream earlier today. After I finish this, maybe one other thing. Because well, there's stuff to do. Puff 1.0 Pong Model V2. Okay, this is good. This is exactly what we want. We're set. We're absolutely set here. So what's going to happen is we're going to have all of these nice baselines just run. And, we'll optimize from here. We won't announce these officially until we get, obviously, some, like, reasonable sweep values. But this is a very nice starting point. Very, very nice starting point. For sure. Did Wanby actually reply? Hold on. I made a reply to a thing. I wanted to see if Wanby did anything. Hold on, where is it? Nah, they didn't reply. Dang, okay. Oops. Anything new in messages? Alright, that's it. I think we're pretty well set overall here. We've done well today. Check the MOBA one more time. Yeah, this is perfect. So we can just go like this, right? And get these episode returns. We'll see whether breakout is stable or not, of course. 0.1. And then the other one is carbs, in which we go check the MOBA sweep. 14 runs now. These are still random. All right, but we have lots of different settings, and actually we can see that we have these two pretty similar looking, not really, these two hyperparam settings. They're not similar at all, actually. And we'll see, this will run 100 experiments or so overnight. So I'm not going to be doing much coding tomorrow. I probably won't be streaming, but, I might actually queue up some jobs, right? We could queue up some, like, big Atari sweeps, for instance. That much I can probably do. So in a few days we'll have nice Atari results, etc., etc. We'll have maybe some better MOBA params. We'll see. Is there anything else I can do right now? Actually, yeah, there is. Let me order dinner though. Maybe I'll look at the spaces thing with you real quick, bet. But let me order dinner first. Let me check one thing as well. I'm trying to figure what I want to eat before my marathon. It's not for 2 days. Yeah, I definitely want to get some pasta though. It's a little tricky. I'm balancing here. I have very bad digestion, so I'm trying to balance like having enough glycogen stores versus not screwing up my stomach. I'd way rather run a marathon tired but without any stomach problems than like on full energy but having issues. This is also the end of the mini cut. Hopefully, I don't know, maybe I've cut a pound this week. We'll see. I'm intentionally doing this on the other monitor. Well, I haven't weighed myself. I'm just saying that like I've probably cut a pound because I've been eating substantially less, right? Though I also have not been running a ton this week, so who knows? Maybe it's just break even, which is also fine as long as I haven't gained, as long as I'm not running heavier than before. Okay. Make sure that order goes through. I think the best choice for carbs for me is to just have a few slices of toast in the morning so I don't feel like super hungry because that won't be able to get through my digestion in time to make me miserable the same day. We'll see. But yeah, this will be a tough one. This is going to be like dramatically. I mean, I don't know. I'm in way better shape, but this is going to be a dramatically harder course than anything I've done before. I mean, it's basically like my last marathon, except it's going to be hotter outside, and you also run a mile straight up. So, let me actually check. How much is it? It's going to be probably 2 more laps than I did before. Let me find it. Yeah, here it is. So this, whoops. It's going to be 2 more laps, I think, than before. So it's 8. Elevation was, where's the elevation? 3,000 feet. So probably 4,000. We'll see. Did I see? I don't know if my measuring is correct here, but actually this is not bad. This is actually very good heart rate. This is sustainable. This will be pretty much identical conditions to it'll be pretty much identical conditions as well. So this run hurt quite a lot. But this was at the end of a hard training block. So I'm now like 2 weeks relatively rested. I should be pretty well set. I'm not trying to go very fast either. There's absolutely no time goal for this. If anything, I'd like to increase the distance. I don't know, maybe I'll just randomly decide to do a 50K. Max 160, average 150. That's like, for me, that's like a pretty common training pace, but for long runs. So my average here is 148, so even a little lower. But that's for, I mean, this is for a almost 5-hour run, right? If I do short stuff and I'm trying to go fast, then it'll be higher. This is me like very carefully pacing for a 22 miler. You can see here like it goes around and around and around and around and around. I go home. Hey, that's awesome. Losing 16 pounds in 3 months. You're doing excellent. Yeah, that's good. It takes longer to reduce resting heart rate, I found. Like, my resting heart rate didn't go down for significantly more than 3 months. It took me, like, actual hard training, but it does eventually go down. My resting heart rate went down from, like, 83, which was god awful, to, like, 72, 73. I don't have alcohol cut completely, but I don't have it very often. Like, I'll have a margarita once every, sometimes I won't have one for a month. Sometimes I'll like go out to dinner and I have like, like 2 in a week or 2 in every like 2 weeks. But I'm consuming like a very, very small amount of alcohol compared to, I drank very, very heavily in college and for a couple years afterwards. Probably like, how the fuck many drinks did I have a week? I don't know, 20 or 30, something stupid. It was not a hard habit to break though at all. Before running, it was a beer a night. Yeah, it's not great for you. Mm. But I mean, before I stopped drinking, I was having like, 4 or 5 drinks like several nights a week. Um, the funny thing is it was very, very easy to quit. It was kind of just like, well, this makes it hard to train and I'm like I want to train. So, I'll just not do it. Yeah, I really don't think it's. I don't think it's addictive, really. At least it wasn't for me. It's just fun. Like, it's fun, but not addictive. Freaking MMOs were way more addictive than alcohol ever was. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, bad, but like fun as well. Is there anything I need to look at here, Bet, for is there anything I need to look at for this bug, or is there like anything I can fix here? I guess I should check the Puffer Discord. I'm supposed to be good on support, right? Puffer's supposed to have good support. Not sure I'll get the answer. Okay, no worries. Oh, lots of people. This is funny. Okay. We're good. I think we're set. Did I miss anything? Just looking if I missed stuff. They got a B drill. That's cool. Paper. I forget if I'm paying for Overleaf. Do they? I forget if they charge. We have, yeah, I think we do. 7 badges with Safari Zone. Removed. Hideout and Self Co. Skipped Erica. Okay. That's cool. Dang. This is good. I do not know what my blood pressure is. I will tell you as well that a good way to cut even more weight without like doing crazy amounts of exertion is to just increase distance really slow. If you just do really slow long runs, it's done crazy well for me. I have one, I just haven't used it in a while. I wouldn't be surprised that it's bad just from stress, but yeah, really long slow runs are great. Anything else I'm missing? Noble, I don't know what this is. All right, I think I caught everything. Is your PhD done? Yep. Been graduated for 3 months now. You shouldn't need the knee sleeves if you don't have a pre-existing injury, though if you're starting off at a heavier weight, then possibly. Let me see. Let's see, let's check our sweeps. Yeah. Okay, so 16 runs. It should start doing, I think right about now is when it'll start doing the sweeps more intelligently. And also we should view it like this. Instead of created timestamp, it should be process time. This is the Pareto front. And then we'll see where it goes from here. As for the other sweeps, or the other runs, what's the context on what you're working on? Let me see if I can find for you something. Should have some stuff on my Twitter. Where's the MOBA? So much random RL on here. Oh yeah, here we go. So 1 million FPS single thread MOBA, miniature version of Dota or League of Legends essentially. Runs ridiculously fast. And we're training now like well over 1 billion steps per hour on this with automated hyperparameter tuning. And just today I implemented an ELO system so we can actually track how well the bots are doing versus older bots as we train more and as we do more hyperparameter tuning. So that is all fully automated, and that is what is running right now. We're getting ELO curves out of this. And I also threw the same hyperparameter tuning stuff on Atari, and we have like ludicrously fast Atari. Like we can solve Pong in less than 90 seconds on one GPU. So we're basically just trying to solve everything at this point. MOBA's one project. We've got a whole bunch of other sims I'm working on. And goal is to just make reinforcement learning sane, fast, and easy. Is the current goal. Here we are. There's Beam Rider. Is it stuck? Why don't I see it? Did Beam Rider die? Wait, where's Beam Rider? Uh-oh. Int and tuple. Oh, I'm dumb. Goals to test out pufferlib? And the goal is to just solve everything and make reinforcement learning sane. So I guess that's one of the things you do in the process, right? Ah, I screwed up the format. Yeah, those boxes are rough, bet. I don't know what to tell you with that. We are shipping 2 of them back. And we do have the warranty extended on the CPUs to 5 years. Freaking commas. One moment. One second, I'll answer that in a second. Alright. This is now pushed. Patch. There we go. Pong is slow configuration. Oh no, there it is. 30,000 steps per second. We're good. What lang was the base MMO programmed in? No way you're getting a million FPS in Python, right? So this is not neural MMO yet, though there may be some stuff coming for that. It's Python, so not far off Python. It looks pretty similar, but it runs in pure C. It looks like Python, though. You want to see the MMO code. Everything, all my stuff is open source, you know? Go check it out and star the repo on the way in. Here, I'll show you. And I'll see if my dinner's here as well, because I gotta get some food and call it a day. Ocean. Here. This has a bunch of prints in it, so it's really only like 1,300 lines. But this is just one file, Python. It's written in the stupidest and the simplest way possible. It's just a script. It's very, very simple code. And it gets a million FPS. Runs in pure C. Doesn't look that complicated, right? Pretty like flat, simple code. Yeah, there are a couple pointers, but we don't really do anything too pointery with them. Nothing too pointy with the pointers. Pretty basic. What's doing the drawing? Raylib. Raylib is amazing. The whole render is like, I don't know, 200 lines. We have multiple different render options as well. Yeah, here's render. some key codes so you can play the game yourself. We draw some tiles. We like draw a few tile textures here. And then all this garbage is just like drawing overhead bars and UI stuff. And that's it. A couple hundred lines. Raylib's awesome. Perfect timing. Couple minutes before food's here. So yeah, this is all online. You can play with it. There's a lot more than this as well. We've got Snake that runs at like 10 million plus steps per second. You can play Snake with like 4,000 snakes. Training for Snake is 1 million. Training for this is like 500,000-600,000, but we'll have it at 1 million as soon as I optimize it. Here's the high level render of the MOBA. It's pretty cool. You can see it like it looks like a MOBA, right? Yeah. That's what I've been up to for the most part. Making some really good fast sims. Trying to make RL easy. We do have a little bit of fancy stuff every so often. Like, for instance, for pathfinding, we pre-compute all the pathfinding. So you can see, like, this is optimal pathfinding. This is all pre-computed. I know nothing about RL. Million games are being played. No, what we do with the MOBA, I think we play like 1,200 games simultaneously. It means that the game is running faster than real time, right, for simulation. And overall, we're getting 1 million, like if you were a player playing the game, we're getting like 1 million player states per second. Another way of thinking about this is, I believe it's like you're playing 5.5 hours of Dota per second, is about what it works out to be. 5.5 hours of Dota per second. It's a lot of Dota. A lot of data. I have to check how much it is. I think it's like on the order of... It's like 500 megs of data a second or something. Not quite a gigabyte. A lot of data, though. Too much garbage on Twitter. Oh, this was a fun thing from today. Yeah, this is my desktop at the moment. I have to get a new fan. I wedged a case fan up because the CPU fan broke. So this is currently what's cooling the PC. It's doing actually a very surprisingly good job. Like, you would think that this would be terrible cooling, but my CPU has been at, I've been streaming as well on it, right? And it's only at 60 degrees Celsius. If you take the fan off, it goes to 100 degrees Celsius and shuts off. That was funny. Cool. Well, I am going to basically call it here, folks. Not familiar with Raylib? Manta Ray. Raylib is hold on. Where is it? Rayson, this guy is awesome. Like, this is just the coolest, like, awesomest library ever. I love this freaking thing so much. Yeah, but folks, I put just a moment ago, I'll put it one more time. But here, we'll put both links. Got to do a little bit of promo here. It's all free after all. How often do you stream? Usually 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. I'm on today because I'm taking a little bit of a break. Next week, I'm doing a long run. And I have a few days to recover. I'll probably be back streaming Wednesday or Thursday, though. And Yeah, I'm usually on like, I don't know, somewhere between 11 and noon through like 5 or 7 Pacific. So anyways, folks, all the stuff you see here, all the RL, it's all free, it's all open source. The code is very, very simple. You're free to play around with it. There's a Discord, you can come chat, you can come contribute new environments, you can do all sorts of cool high performance RL stuff. If you're interested in this stuff generally, this is my Twitter. You can follow it there. And there's also all the code, PufferAI GitHub IO, and the repo is pufferai/pufferlib. If you want to help me out a whole ton, start the repo. It's free, helps me out a lot. The growth on this project has been amazing, and this is the type of thing that really makes it a lot easier for me to keep doing this type of stuff. So thank you all, and see you around, and thanks, Bet, as well.